on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. Hawkeye Basketball is on the air. Hawkeye Basketball is brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. West Bend, the Silver Lining. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. And by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it.
Super Sunday is a mere 30 days away from selections. To those on the basketball bubble and everybody in between. It's win, win, win. Let the net, the KenPom, the BPI, and the rest of the ranking acronyms play out. The Iowa Hawkeyes can only control their destiny between the baselines and the sidelines. The Hawkeyes tackled the top of the standings Thursday at Purdue, and despite a gallant second-half rally, fell to the Boilermakers 87-73. Today, it's a trip to the other end of the Big Ten, where Iowa finds its century-old antagonist in a building called the Barn that's nearly as old. The Minnesota Golden Gophers host the Hawks in a Super Sunday renewal of the ill-tempered border rivalry. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the pregame show, sponsored by EMC Insurance and hosted by me, Gary Dolphin, and he, Bobby Hansen. The Hawkeyes are 15-9, 7-6 in the Big Ten. The Gophers have had a rough season, 7-15 overall, 1-11 in conference play. Now, COVID in the Minnesota camp forced a postponement of a game against Illinois earlier in the week. That's been rescheduled. This game was in danger of being postponed, but they're going to play it. Bobby, you've lived this series. You've experienced it. It bears repeating. Records don't matter when Iowa and Minnesota meet in any sport. You better bring your level best.
Absolutely correct, Gary. And that's the theme for today's game is they have a chance. Anytime this team is 1-11, anytime they tee it up here at home, you get hot, the Hawkeyes go cold, and you're in trouble. So right from the get-go, the Hawkeyes got to pay attention to the scouting report, and guard Jamison Battle. He's the one guy that can really hurt the Hawkeyes from long range a few years back, I remember, but nothing would make them happier here in Minnesota than to knock off the hated Iowa Hawkeyes. So I got no problem. The Hawkeyes will be ready to go here. Really gave it to Purdue there in the second half when they scored 52 points on offense. Hawkeyes averaged 81, Minnesota only 61. So the idea today is start early and get out and run.
What's the residue of the Purdue loss, Bobby? You battled back, to your point, against number one Zach Edey and Zach Edey, most notably. You got down 21, roared back to within 6 with 6 minutes to play. So you've got some positives to build on. I think what I was so impressed with was the 1-2-2 press and Patrick McCaffrey at the front.
So good to see Patrick. Yeah, he was hustling. He was alert. He was picking up steals, had 5 steals, a career high for Patrick. You put him and Chris Murray out there at the front of that 1-2-2, and it's tough to see over the top of it. The smaller Purdue guards could not get her going there in the second half. The first half, they hurt the Hawkeyes from long range. So that's what you take from it. That's the positive. Hopefully today, you get out early. Maybe it's a day that we get extended minutes for Patrick McCaffrey, really getting back into the flow, because we could use his offense. Another nice score on the floor for the Hawkeyes. Zach Edey, when you go back to that game, he's an anomaly. I mean, he is the most dominating force in college basketball right now. So flush that game away. You move forward and know the task at hand is a team that is hungry here in the Minnesota Gophers, and you can't give them any hope right from the get-go.
Today marks the 207th game, all-time meeting between the Hawkeyes and the Gophers, dating back to 1902. Minnesota's won 106. The Hawks have won 100 of those games. Iowa won both a year ago, 81-71 here at Williams Arena. Keegan Murray totaled 25 points and had 10 rebounds for the Hawks. The Gophers got 20 from Jamison Battle. Then, as now, Bobby, Battle is the center of attention for the Iowa defense.
He really is, and Lefty, we're very familiar with him. Fran watched him play with Patrick in the D1 AAU program up here in Minnesota, so it's no surprise what he's capable of doing. He's going to come out here fired up as well, playing against his buddy Patrick, and he's the one guy you really got to corral early, Gary, and get him under control. Understand he's a lefty. He'll pull it from deep, or he'll take you and try to dunk on you inside. So going to be a good challenge there for Iowa, and JMO, they call him Jamison Battle, and again, it just got to get our guards going. I think Aaron Eulis, Tony Perkins had a tough go down at Purdue. Tony came off the career high, 32, only had 10 the other night at Purdue. So look for him to come out early and get out and defend those guards.
Their star center or forward, 6'11", Dawson Garcia, a local lad from Prior Lake, Minnesota, who was recruited heavily and went to North Carolina, then had a brief stop at Marquette before coming back home to the Gophers. He's missed the last 4 games, and we were hearing last night that he might play a few minutes today. Watching him in the warm-ups, we're not so sure, but he's a factor. He's got 15 points a game, 6 rebound average. He would be certainly a welcome back addition to this Minnesota roster that has really struggled all year. But that said, we'll wait and see when the lineups are officially announced. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. Bobby and I will be back shortly. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Find your agent at emcins.com. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free. Coming up next, we'll take a trip down memory lane with the Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Iowa, Minnesota this afternoon from Minneapolis. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hi, Gary Dolphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Triple-Tripler scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app, and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Back in Minneapolis, where the Hawkeyes and the Gophers tip off in about 50 minutes on Super Sunday, and we hope it'll be a super successful day for Hawkeye basketball as they try to get back above 500 by 2 games. Iowa 7-6 in conference play. The Gophers just 1 victory and 11 defeats. Time now for our Hawkeye historical winning moment, presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Hi to everybody down at Riverside. That'll be packed down there in the Draft Day Sports Lounge with the Keel family and the great staff they have at Riverside Casino on this Super Sunday. Imagine the wagering is going strong. They have a lot more than that, though. Home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and much, much more. Just minutes south of Iowa City. Riverside Casino and Golf. Blue Top Ridge will be cranking up here in just a couple short months. For our Hawkeye historical moment, we go back to about the same day. Yeah, it is. Is today the 12th? Yeah, February 12th, 1981, 43 years ago this day. Hawkeyes ranked number 14, edged Minnesota in overtime, 60-58. We hope it's a little more comfortable today. Kenny Arnold scored what proved to be the winning points for Iowa, surprising the Williams Arena crowd of 17,200 by breaking out of the four-corner offense and drove for a basket with 41 seconds left in the overtime. Zebedee Howell came up short on a follow-up jump shot after Trent Tucker's 25-footer missed as the buzzer sounded, and the Hawks escaped in overtime. Neither team led by more than 4 points in the last 17 minutes of regulation or in the overtime. For Iowa, low-scoring game. Steve Krafsison and Vince Brookins each had 12, 11 for Kevin Boyle, 6 for Steve Carfino, and a couple baskets for Bobby Hansen. If I remember correctly, you were trying to work your way through a bad foot at that time, weren't you?
Yeah, sophomore year, but good memory there, Gary, with the victory. Anytime you come up here at that time when Minnesota was really good, they had really good players. Big Randy Brewer was recruited by Lute Olson, big 7-footer. I mean, Trent Tucker, he had 9 out of 18. He rarely missed. Trent did have an outstanding NBA career, but when you can come out of a victory like that, and interesting, I remember that game now when you said Kenny Arnold broke free out of that four-corner offense.
Wasn't he along the baseline, if I remember correctly?
Usually out top there. He'd dribble in the basketball, get out of his way, but you spread the court there and you take a lot of time off the clock, and with no shot clock there. But Kenny drives hard to the basket, gets his only basket of the game, was the game winner.
It was a big one, yeah. You mentioned Randy Brewer, a great center. He had 14 points that day. Mark Hall, who could shoot, he had 14. And Trent Tucker played a number of years in the NBA. He ended up with 20 on the day. The Hawks survived the Gophers, and look who was officiating that day. Jim Bain, Verl Sell,
good guy,
a longtime Big Ten referee at football and basketball, and Ralph Passer, Iowa. Great memories defeating Minnesota 60-58 here 42 years ago. That's our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf. Up next, we'll take a look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard, and we'll hear from a couple of young Hawkeyes, most notably Josh Dix and Desante Bowen. That's next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
Don't sit on your lazy assets. Lap up more money with the Lazy Asset Program from Community Choice. Open an Ultra Money Market account and earn up to 2.32% APY, or take advantage of special CD rates up to 3.39% APY. Watch your money take a victory lap. Enroll in the Lazy Asset Program today, only from Community Choice. Go to unbankwithus.com to get started. These could reduce earnings. 90% yield subject to change. After October 11, 2023. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Welcome back to the EMC Insurance pregame show. Hawks Road Show continues at Purdue Thursday. Quick turnaround. Here they are for a noon tip-off Sunday at Williams Arena. And, you know, they're ready for it. I mean, the Hawks knew they were going to play 5 of their last 8 on the road. But they're in a stretch now of 4 out of 5 away from Carver Hawkeye Arena. The only home game in this stretch is next Thursday with the Ohio State Buckeyes. Come on out. Tickets available at 1-800-IA-HAWKS. 1-800-IA-HAWKS. Jess and the crew are waiting to serve you in the ticket office. Or log on to HawkeyeSports.com. Right now it's time for the U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and the businesses in Iowa and across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. We're in the corporate home of U.S. Bank. We drove right by U.S. Bank Stadium last night.
Beautiful, yeah, beautiful facility, and just down the road from the Hawkeye Hotel, and it's a wonderful city. This is a major city, Gary, up here. Just a little too cold and snowy for me, but always enjoy our visits up here to the Twin Cities.
And no, Viking fans, I'm not rubbing it in. It's one of the great stadiums anywhere. I know everybody in this city felt the Purple People Eaters were going to be in Glendale this afternoon.
Had a great year.
Representing the NFC. Oh, they did. They had a tremendous year. First-year coaching staff. Talked to Chad Greenway on occasion. He still lives up here. And they got Big TJ from the Detroit Lions. Sherritt and Iowa stand up and take a bow. So they're in good shape. The defense will be better next year. The secondary they need to work on. And hi, Cindy. How are you guys? Cindy, who takes care of us at Signature at the Eastern Iowa Airport.
Kevin Ralston from
here at the game today.
Airport as well. Sits at the scorer's table. Good to see them all.
Indeed. Let's move on here with our U.S. Bank scoreboard. There are a couple of other games in the Big Ten today. Michigan State is at Ohio State. That starts about the same time the Hawks and the Gophers play. Then at 1 o'clock, top-ranked Purdue is at Northwestern. The Wildcats playing their best basketball. They could be a little difficult at Welsh Ryan Arena on on Zach Eady and company.
Sold out. Just got an alert at Welsh Ryan Arena today for that basketball game. Big event there. Chris Collins doing an outstanding job there, but he got his hands full with the Purdue Boilermakers and the mountain there that is Zach Eady.
Well, they need a big day out of Chase Audige and Bowie. But they've got some pieces there. Ty's a good player out on the wing. They lost a couple 6'10 kids to different schools. One Duke and one in North Carolina. But they still got Robbie Barron.
Pete Nance went to North Carolina, and the other fellow that went to Duke. But you're right, they still got talent. Robbie Barron having a great year, and Blake Barnheiser, I think, had a big game the other night.
And the freshman.
Very capable.
Who played well against Iowa. Hawks will return the favor and head to Northwestern a week from today. That's a 5:30 Sunday afternoon game. Hey, good luck to the Hawkeye women this afternoon. Rutgers is in town, where C. Vivian Stringer spent so many years after she left Iowa. The 5th-ranked Hawkeyes will host Rutgers. That's a 2 o'clock tip-off later this day. And you can catch the action on the Hawkeye Radio Network with Rob and Jamie and the official YouTube channel, the Iowa Hawkeyes. Friday night, Iowa stomped its way past the Michigan Wolverines 33-8. On the mat at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Solid win for Iowa, who will host Oklahoma State next Sunday. John Smith and company comes to town at 3:30 next Sunday afternoon. That'll be a war zone in Johnson County, Iowa and Oklahoma State. Super Bowl 32 a little bit later on today. Ed Podolak's Kansas City Chiefs versus Fran McCaffrey's Philadelphia Eagles. That's a 5:30 kickoff. Good luck to former Hawkeye and now Kansas City Chief Amir Smith-Marset in that game. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by State Farm. State Farm Insurance. With surprisingly great rates, State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. First-year Hawkeyes, Josh Dix and DeSante Bowen, have gotten their feet wet with Division I and Big Ten hoops. Both are averaging about 11 minutes of playing time. They'd like more, but they're biding their time right now. Both average a couple points a game. Both were prolific high school scorers out in New England. And, of course, Josh from Council Bluffs. Both are starting... both starting with Bowen, I should say, realize that you have to manage the highs and the lows in big-time Division I college basketball.
It's been good, up and downs. It's been good, a learning experience, getting our feet wet and just getting used to the college game.
Josh, how about you?
Yeah, there's been a lot of up and downs, but there's been a lot of learning experiences and, just in practice and games, just trying to get better every day. And we're young, so we got a lot of time, but just keep evolving our game.
You're both averaging about 11 minutes a game. I know at least you're in double figures. That's never enough, but what has come naturally for you, DeSante? What's been the most difficult adjustment?
Difficult, I'd say. The spacing's a lot different than the high school game. Like, it's a lot more packed in, so it's kind of reading that second defender more so knowing you could get by whoever's guarding you, but just reading what's coming after that. And then the most successful, I'd say, is just letting the game flow to me with the opportunities I do get out there, like not trying to force anything. I mean, it may not always work out, but I know the plays I'm making are plays I can make.
Josh, how about you? What about the highlights? What about the pitfalls?
The easiest thing I feel like is just kind of like sharing the ball. Like, I feel like our team does a really good job sharing the ball. So, like, when you give it up, you know that you'll get it back or something, or maybe the next possession you'll get it back. So I feel like sharing the ball, it's been pretty easy. And then the hardest part, I would say, is just the speed and physicality. I mean, the Big Ten's probably the most physical league. So just adapting to that. I mean, on defense, offense, all over, it's just tough. It's been tough, but it's good.
There's a prime example of good days and not so good days as you learn to compete and play at the highest level in college basketball. But those two young guys are going to be special going forward. Josh Dix is a productive shooter with a bright future. DeSante is jet quick at the point guard. He can drive to the rim, score, or find an open teammate. Bobby, how have these two navigated their freshman seasons? You've been through this.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you just got to, there's so much that comes at you, and on top of, socially, on top of going to class and getting your grades in order. They're both good students. So both of them have a bright future. DeSante Bowen coming out of the Boston area there. He is cat quick. Need to get him some minutes. Fran's always talking about trying to incorporate those guys in a little bit more. I think Josh Dix has shown that he's going to be a really valuable contributor for the Hawkeyes. He's a dead-eye shooter. He can handle that point guard position. Very, very good ball handler, good defender. So two nice pieces there for the Hawkeyes. And I'll bet they play some here today. Extended minutes for Josh Dix, DeSante Bowen.
Really likable young guys, very polite, and good interviews. That's always tough, too. How do you handle the media in your first year? So I appreciate Josh and DeSante's time at the microphone. Up next, we're going to hear from Minnesota assistant coach Jason Kemp, UW lacrosse, former star at UW lacrosse, and assistant coach with Ben Johnson. This is a young coaching staff. They're learning some things about their Gopher program as well. Jason Kemp joins us next, courtesy of Grizzly Coolers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get in the game with Extreme Internet. Experience speeds up to an incredible 1 gig. Supercharge every room with Whole Home Wi-Fi 360 Pro and turn your home into the most connected pad on the block. You don't have time to play around with slow, unreliable internet. Get the speed, unbeatable reliability, and game-winning performance you deserve with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Call 8444-FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Join Gary Dolphin and Bobby Hansen for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey each week at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Coralville. Hawk Talk is 90 minutes of discussion about Iowa basketball. Check out HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
This is the EMC Insurance pregame show with Bobby Hansen, Gary Dolphin. Our engineer-producer is Corey Sheets. Welcome back to Williams Arena in the Twin Cities, where the Hawks and the Gophers are headed for a high noon showdown tip-off shortly after 12 o'clock. Time to hear from the Minnesota Brain Trust. Assistant coach Jason Kemp joins us. Sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly Coolers, bear tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating. And right down the road, just across the border in beautiful Decorah. It's got to have a great wintry look to it today, I'm sure. Grizzly Coolers. Well, needless to say, it's been a rough sled for the Gophers this season. 7 wins, 15 defeats, 1-11 in the Big Ten. That lone victory at Ohio State. So this team is capable, and Jason Kemp says they're hanging in there.
They've been nothing but good, and we told them it sucks at the start, but when we got the job here, we started with one guy coming back, Isaiah Eden. We've had our share of injuries, but we're going to keep battling to make this thing right.
How's Garcia coming along?
He's good. It's day to day. He's been working out. He's doing the right things. He wants to be out there as bad as anybody, but we got to be smart with him.
Well, we know all about Jamison Battle. He's kind of the drinkster for the Gophers, isn't he?
Yep. Where he goes, we go. When he's playing well offensively, we feel like we can beat anybody in the league, but we just got to make sure we're doing the right things to get him good shots, and our young players are really leaning on him for advice and things like that.
How about the new guards we're seeing for the first time, Coach, at least Iowa, Cooper and Samuels transfers?
Yep, they've been great for us because in this day and age in college basketball, experience wins. I think obviously the Hawkeyes have a lot of guys that have played for a long time, and it's a testament to experience and what they can do for you for sure.
What impresses you about Iowa today? What are you going to have to counteract in your mind? Number one at the top of your bullet list.
Man, well, Coach McCaffrey's done a good job of blending this roster and settling into these guys' roles. They've obviously got an NBA player in Chris Murray that they run everything through, and a bunch of guys that just go out and do their job. I'm as impressed with how they really buy into what they need to do as possible, and we got to make sure we're on our stuff, taking away their role players, but also not letting Chris Murray get loose and get 30 on us.
Jason, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck the rest of the year.
Thank you.
That's Jason Kemp, Minnesota assistant coach to head coach Ben Johnson. They've had at least 2 stoppages of play because of COVID, injuries up and down the roster, most notably to a guy they were counting on to be their star, Dawson Garcia, along with Jamison Battle. We thought Garcia might play a few minutes today. Not sure now. Looking at him out there, he's just standing around watching his teammates go through the pregame warm-up. So we're going to assume that foot bruise is what they call it. A foot injury is going to keep him on the sidelines again today. Thanks to Grizzly Coolers, bringing you the other side, the opposition, the coaching staff as to what they see in the Hawkeyes today, and obviously they're very impressed. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, and 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Spent a couple nights there this week. Michelle and the staff do a great job at the Homewood, as well as at the Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Let their staff's warm and friendly personnel take care of you and your family when you next visit Hawkeye Country. And man, it was busy. All kinds of volleyball and basketball and wrestling tournaments for youth going on at the Extreme Arena. That Iowa River Landing is something else. Up next, we'll hear from Hawkeye head coach Fran McCaffrey. He's presented by John Deere, Iowa, Minnesota, coming up shortly. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
When it comes to great sounding deals, sometimes the only thing you can trust is that there's something they're not telling you. So when we tell you that at US Cellular you can choose from any unlimited evolved plan and get $700 off any phone with no hidden requirements and no trade-in needed, you're probably thinking, yeah, right. But in this case, that actually is right. Because at US Cellular, you actually can trust that we mean what we say. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud & Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud & Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud & Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Mullet's, home of the best breakfast in Des Moines, is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Locally owned, Mullet's Fun Riverside Bar and Grill is famous for their own special Bloody Mary mix and serving up a delicious full menu for breakfast and lunch. And this local treasure is expanding with franchise opportunities available. From dine-in to private parties to catering, you too can enjoy Mullet's, celebrating all things about the hairstyle that's business in the front and party in the back.
Welcome back to the EMC Insurance pregame show. Iowa, Minnesota, from the venerable 95-year-old Williams Arena this afternoon here on Super Sunday. They put a lot of improvements into this old edifice over the years, and it looks great. Still got that old charm and character. Speaking of charm and character, let's talk with Iowa basketball coach Fran McCaffrey. Now, he's brought to you by the great John Deere dealers like P&K Midwest in Loudon. Fran, what do you take from the game Thursday at Purdue, down 21, you battled back to within 6. Really did a lot of good things, showed me a lot of toughness and character, at least in the comeback.
Yeah, you got to get off to a better start, against a team like that. They're not easy to play against, but we had some good shots early, Dolph. We didn't make them. It would have been nice to get a few back, but we were executing pretty well, got behind, then we pressed a little, started quick shooting the ball, which didn't help, but we got them settled down at halftime, and I thought in the second half they were locked in. They were locked in defensively, did a good job on Edey. Our rotations weren't as crisp as they need to be, but the press obviously was the key. We got us back in the game, got guys moving. Peyton got hot, Patrick got hot, and we were just attacking and playing with a great deal of confidence.
The 1-2-2 was spectacular, and it had a lot to do with Patrick McCaffrey being back at the front of the pressure. He was really invaluable. What's different about Patrick's positioning there versus maybe a Chris Murray or Rabracha?
Well, typically we have Patrick, Chris, Tony, Josh up there. It's usually going to be a bigger guy. We try to make it Patrick or Chris. They're both really good up there. We've had, over the years, Aaron White was really good up there. We've had a lot of guys that they're up there against guards, and they're trapping, and they're in the passing lane, and they're the length. But sometimes, you don't get the deflections we did. Patrick had 5 steals, and the pressure was stopping them further back, and then Connor comes up against the steal. Tony's coming up. You got Aaron's coming. We were getting some steals, And when you do that in the middle of the floor, you have opportunities to go score right away. They're live ball turnovers, and that's what you want to try to take advantage of, because now you're not playing offense against a stacked defense. So, the length at the point is the difference. I thought Patrick played with a lot of grit, and that's what we need him to do.
That's going to be important going forward with that pressure, and especially today. My understanding is that Garcia at 6'11" is back for Minnesota. At least will log some minutes. He, along with Jamison Battle, let's start there. That gives him a pretty lethal 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and I would throw Cooper in there. Those three guys are the key. I mean, they've got other really good players, but Battle and Garcia are both capable of getting a big number. I mean, Garcia goes for 28 at Ohio State. We saw what Battle can do last year against us. Almost pulled the game out by himself. They're both versatile. They both have size, but they're versatile three-point shooters. They both can dance with it and get to the rim. They're crafty, and they'll both give it up. So total engagement on those two guys.
Well, good luck to the Hawks today, and I'm guessing Podolak's not tuned in at this early hour, so good luck to the Eagles.
Yeah, definitely go Eagles.
Thanks as always to Coach McCaffrey and pulling for his Philadelphia Eagles today. Our pregame visit with Coach McCaffrey is sponsored by P&K Midwest. At P&K, we have the John Deere tractor you want at the price you need. At P&K Midwest, you can afford it. Shop online at pnkmidwest.com/tractors. Well, what are the keys to a victory over the Gophers today for the Hawks? Bobby Hansen has those next on the Club Car Wash. Keys to a victory. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Hawkeyes and the Gophers, Big Ten Sunday afternoon basketball in less than a half an hour here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Thanks for tuning in. On this Super Sunday, let's see what Bobby Hansen has on his mind in terms of goals for the Hawks today. His club car wash keys to a victory over Minnesota. With unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month, there's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location near you.
Yeah, Gary, and I think the number one key, though, is win. Just do whatever you can, whatever it takes to win this basketball game and get out of Minnesota with your eighth conference victory, because, this is a team that's dangerous. Anytime you get the old wounded animal back into the court, they're hurting, man. Without Dawson Garcia, everybody's got to step up. So my number one key is never underestimate your opponent. Minnesota might be just 1-11, but very capable of rising up, knocking somebody off, especially here at Williams Arena. Respect your opponent. Approach this game with the same mindset you had when you played Purdue. Number one, come out here and attack like you did the second half of that Purdue game. So number one key is respect your opponent, never underestimate, and don't look at the record. Number two is going to be attack early. Need a good start. Early tip, light crowd. The Hawks will need to create their own energy and get out and run early. Iowa started to attack Purdue. Last game, the second half, scored 52 points in the second half. So let's bring that same attack mentality early and all game long here at Williams Arena. Third key, defensive energy at the start. Don't give Minnesota any hope, any idea that they can come in here, stay with us, shoot some long-range threes. They start dropping, and then they got confidence. So take them out early, get them down, apply that defensive pressure. Tony Perkins, Aaron Eulis on those guards, and Jamison Battle. You heard Coach McCaffrey talk about he's single-handedly capable of taking over a game and dropping 30-plus on you. Dominate the glass, one shot, one and done for the Gophers today. Rebound and run.
Good points, one and all, by Bobby Hansen. Those are the Club Car Wash keys to the game. Log on to clubcarwash.com. This nice weather that we're enjoying. Find a location nearest you. You're right. That 1-2-2 press with Patrick McCaffrey in particular at the front helped turn Purdue over 17 times the other night. That's the number one team in the country. And Iowa scored 14 points off those turnovers. Look for more of the same this afternoon. That and the transition offense. No cancer is routine. If you've been diagnosed with cancer, you want to be sure your diagnosis is accurate and that you have the most up-to-date treatment plan. So before you begin your cancer treatment, you owe it to yourself and your loved ones to get a second opinion, to be sure you get the personalized care your diagnosis requires. The Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center is ready to quickly provide you with an expert second opinion to ensure you get the right care for your unique cancer. It's as easy as making an appointment. Visit uihc.org/cancer and learn more. We're at Williams Arena in Minneapolis. We've got the Mid-American Energy starting lineups and the Shields colors of the game next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
Are you trying to make your bread go further? We have the recipe. Move your car loan to Community Choice and make no payments for up to 3 months. That's right, up to 3 months of no car payments. Go to unbankyourBread.com today and get started in just 60 seconds. Did we mention there's no cost to move your loan? Up to 3 months of no car payments and no cost to move. That's making your bread go further. Community Choice. Unusual? No, it's unbanking. Visit unbankyourBread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights?
Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Let's look at today's starting lineups of Iowa, Minnesota. Big Ten basketball sponsored by Mid-American Energy. No matter what type or size business you own, Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add to the bottom line. Obsessively, relentlessly at your service, Mid-American Energy. For the Gophers, head coach Ben Johnson in his second year. Under his leadership, Minnesota's won 20 and lost 32. Tough season this year at 7-15, 1-11. In the Big Ten, Minnesota scores 61 points a game. They give up 70. At a forward is Taurus Samuels, 6'10 sophomore out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. He averages 3 points and a couple rebounds. Also at a forward is Farrell Payne. Farrell, I guess is how they pronounce that, out of Toronto, Canada. Another kid from Toronto, Edie, 7'3". This guy's 7'4". Averages 7 points, 5 rebounds. He's a little thinner, though, than Big Zach. At a guard, of course, Jamison Battle. He's outstanding. Jamison's averaging 13 points and 4 rebounds. He's at 6'7". And is he a junior or a senior? He's one of those upperclassmen. He might have another year left, but he's been outstanding. Jamison Battle. Joshua Ola Joseph is at a guard forward, swing player, 6'4", out of Fort Wayne. 7 points and 3 rebounds a game for Joshua Ola Joseph. And Talon Cooper is the point guard. He's averaging 11 points, 4 rebounds per game. For the Hawkeyes, Philip Rebracha will start at a forward, 6'9", 230-pound fifth-year senior, having a great year. Transferred in from the University of North Dakota a year and a half ago, putting up 14 points, 8 rebounds. Chris Murray at a forward, 6'8" junior from Cedar Rapids Prairie, one of the top scorers in the Big Ten. Chris is averaging 21 and 8 rebounds, along with a couple of assists on the season. He's at about 23 points a game in Big Ten play. Connor McCaffrey at a guard forward, 6'6" graduate student from Iowa City West, having a terrific season. 7 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Had a rough night sledding at Purdue, as most of the Hawkeyes did, especially in that first half. Connor looked to bounce back today. At a guard, Tony Perkins, 6'4" junior from Indianapolis. Tony came off the 32-point career-high performance against the Illini and scored 8 the other night. Tony's averaging 11 and 4 rebounds on the year. And Aaron Eulis, the junior from Chicago Heights, at 7 points, couple rebounds, couple of assists a game. Aaron is at 6'3", 190 pounds. Coach Fran McCaffrey has his Hawkeyes at 15-9, 7-6 in the Big Ten, tied for 4th presently. Hawks with the highest scoring offense in the conference at 81 a game. Iowa gives up 74 an outing. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Time now for the colors of the game, the school uniforms, courtesy of Shields. Minnesota, the home team, will wear the old gold with the maroon trim. The Hawkeyes are in the road black with the white and gold trim. Those are the school colors. Make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. The opening tip on Super Sunday is coming up next. Iowa, Minnesota. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Topgolf Swing Suite. Topgolf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
On the Hawkeyes Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. And by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. It's game time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Stirring rendition of the national anthem by the outstanding effort, University of Minnesota student. Welcome back to our coverage of Hawkeye basketball from Minneapolis. Iowa and the Gophers, 206 meetings in its 120-year history. Really something special. This rivalry has been both in basketball and, of course, in football. Ben Johnson, looks like he's got him fired up pretty good. Our game today coverage is courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Bobby and I sit at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table. Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance, remember Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. Wellmark. Hawkeyes being introduced. No changes from what we gave you a little bit ago. Rebracha, Murray, Perkins, and Ulis, and Connor McCaffrey. Let's pause 10 seconds. We're at the top of the hour. 10-second ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Basketball. Thanks for tuning in from all over the great state of Iowa, led by our flagship stations WHO in Des Moines and WMT in Cedar Rapids, AM 600 on the dial, celebrating its 100th anniversary. Hello in Eagle Grove and Eagle Center, Edna and Exira. Great small communities in the great state of Iowa. The Hawks and the Gophers to start here shortly. Hawkeye Basketball is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win, and you can win even more from Iowa Corn. Hawkeye women are hosting Rutgers later this afternoon at 2 o'clock, actually. Caitlin Clark, Monica Sonano, McKenna Warnock all look to bounce back after a tough road loss at number 2 Indiana on Thursday night. It was a rough trip to the state of Indiana for Hawkeye basketball, but that's the allure, the endearing part of college basketball. You go into, of course, you got a great home court advantage with Carver, and then you go out into places like the Assembly Hall, like Mackey Arena, and their students and their fan base are just as passionate.
Yeah, it was competitive, Gary, is what it was. The Hawk women, I know I watched that game on a repeat. They really got after it in a hostile environment there in Indiana. They'll see them again in Iowa City, Carver Hawkeye Arena. The Hawks don't get another shot at Purdue men until the Big Ten tournament. So I know it'll be a different outcome both of the times that the Hawkeyes get a rematch with those teams from the Hoosier State.
Minnesota's just officially introduced Joshua Ola Joseph, Jamison Battle, Pharrell Payne. Jaden Henley is starting. So he's a part of that freshman class that Ben Johnson brought in this year out of Ontario, California. 6'7" guard forward, thin at 200 pounds, and Talon Cooper, a 6'4" junior from Roebuck, South Carolina.
There's one guy off the bench that played well against the Hawkeyes. I'm talking about Minnesota. They have a center who's a sophomore. As a freshman last year, I thought he had some good minutes against the Hawkeyes, and his name is Trayton Thompson. He's a 7-footer, averages just a couple points, but look for Ben Johnson probably to get him into the game fairly early when Philip Rebracha starts going to work down low early.
You can bet they looked at that tape a lot last year. He had a lot of offensive tips, couple dunks, and he's not afraid to shoot the three. He'll throw some shots up that are ill-advised, but boy, you like to see that kind of energy in a young kid, especially a year ago when he was a pure freshman.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a stat we're going to have to watch, Gary, early in this game. We talked about early start, kind of a light crowd. They're starting to fill in now, but it's 50-50 Iowa Hawkeyes here, but you got to create your energy early. Energy, and how you do that is play defense, get down, stop them, allow just one shot, one and done. So let's watch those rebound numbers as the game unfolds.
Payne, Pharrell Payne will jump center. I said he was 7 feet. He's 6'9". Correction on that, looking at the wrong stat line. He's another freshman out of Cottage Grove, Minnesota. And he's jumping against Chris Murray and controls the tip. Minnesota will have the first look in the offensive end. Cooper hands off to Jamison Battle. They spread the floor on the Hawkeyes, who are man-to-man. Here's Cooper. Inside with a pass and a give and go. Layup missed by Minnesota's Pharrell Payne. Well, it was good execution, Payne just didn't convert. Here's Tony Perkins back for the Hawkeyes. Jump shot is good. Right of the lane. And just like that, the Hawks get the lead 30 seconds in.
Good defense, one and done. Got the rebound. Philip Rebraca, one-man fast break, found Tony Perkins, and Tony wastes no time with the 12-foot pull-up.
There's a steal by Tony as he jumped the bounce pass, and he's heading the other way. Draws a foul and a basket. Now that was just sheer muscle. Off the bad pass, Jaden Henley raced back, tried to get in Tony's way, and he muscled up through Perkins. At that point, Henley decided, okay, I'm not going to give you the layup, and he talked it in off the glass and gets the free throw.
Yeah, that happens with the freshman. Tony Perkins, a seasoned veteran as a junior, took the action, took the right at him, the drive right at him, got in his chest, and Tony off to a great start, got the first 5 points.
Tony Perkins 5, Minnesota nothing. Here's Henley, trapped. 1-2-2 with Chris Murray at the front. We'll see Patrick McCaffrey in there as well. They get it across the line. Good job. Here's Joshua Ola Joseph. He's banging shoulders with Philip Rebraca. Works his way into the paint. Now along the baseline. Feeds Jamison Battle, who came to greet the pass. And Chris Murray, trailing him, took a bat in the nose. And the foul, unfortunately, is on Chris. He was trying to catch up to Battle, who came off a slip screen.
Got switched off. Chris Murray. Connor McCaffrey has been the guy that started out on Jamison Battle. Somehow Chris got switched over there, and no more fouls, Chris.
Chris is going to stay in the game. Not a shooting foul. Minnesota, the shot clock resets at 20. 1 minute gone. 5-0 already. Perkins with 2 baskets and a free throw for the Hawkeyes. Here's Cooper. Wears 55 on his jersey, and he's the point guard. Now they go right back inside to Ola Joseph. He muscles up and scores over Philip Rebraca. Boy, there's a lot of shoving by Ola Joseph, but we play on. Here's Connor McCaffrey missing a 3 in transition. Put back no good. Rebound up and good by Aaron Eulis. Aaron Eulis working over the offensive glass.
They were not happy with how they started over at Purdue, our 2 Iowa guards.
Here's a steal, Bobby, off the pressure. The 1-2-2. Connor McCaffrey from Tony Perkins. Perkins gets the steal. Now a lob right of the lane for Connor McCaffrey. Iowa up 7-2. Chris Murray makes it 9-2, and the Hawks are hot out of the gate.
Good little give and go. Connor McCaffrey down in the post, low right block. Chris gives it to him, then makes a hard scoring cut over the top, and easy basket. Chris Murray, first basket of the game.
2 minutes into the contest, Iowa 9, Minnesota 2. Here in Minneapolis at Williams Arena. Here's Cooper. Shovel pass to Jamison Battle. Stop and go move. Drives in on Chris Murray. Murray shuts him off. Good job on the baseline. Now Minnesota. And we've got an illegal screen on the Gophers. Aaron Eulis hit the deck. They're going to get... Is that on Payne?
Yes.
It is on Payne. I thought it was, but did not hear his number called.
Good start defensively for the Hawks.
They're very active in the defensive end. If they don't get the steal, they've got 2 steals off the press now. And let's see what
substitution
the delay is.
Into the game, I think 25 for Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Will Ramberg.
I think they were checking the clock to make sure that was, they're adjusting the clock. All reviews this season here on the Hawkeye Radio Network and for Iowa basketball are sponsored by Athletico. Athletico, a proud supporter of Hawkeye basketball. See, they take the clock down about 5 or 6 seconds. It'll be Iowa basketball off the moving pick. And here's Eulis trotting into the front court. Iowa out front 9-2. Perkins really aggressive along the baseline. Reverses dribble. Top of the circle to Chris Murray. He's got Battle on him. Now throws it to Tony Perkins through his arms, but he runs it down. Shot clock not an issue with 12 yet to go. Perkins' long jump shot no good. Hawks miss. They're leading 9-2. 2.5 minutes into the game. Cooper back quickly for Minnesota. Iowa man-to-man. Here's Ola Joseph. Turns, faces Rebraca. Now they're chest bumping, and that's going to be a charge. Ola Joseph, he tried to get away with it a second time, and I think Larry Scarrato is going to explain to him, look, son, I gave you the shoulder pads the first time you knocked Rebraca sideways and went up with a jump hook. Not going to do it again.
I see it so often in college basketball. It's hard to referee. They let these guys inside just continue to bang on each other. And I guess when Payne right there dropped that shoulder, Rebraca did a nice job of holding his ground. When you dip into him, drop that shoulder, it's going to be a foul. And that's 2 of them on the big fella Payne.
Thompson comes into the game at 7 feet. That's 2 fouls, as Bobby pointed out, on 6'9" Ola Joseph. Connor McCaffrey between the leg dribble. He forced a pass pass into a couple of Gophers who had Murray surrounded. Turnover, Iowa. Connor would like to have that bounce pass back. Still 9-2. The Hawkeyes with a 7-point advantage. 16:45 to play. Just underway here at Williams Arena. The barn battle for Cooper. Now roaming the baseline is Jaden Henley. Here's a shot inside, no good. Connor peels the rebound off the glass. Perkins leads the charge down floor. And a dunk by Rebraca. Oh! Monster dunk by Rebraca, but a terrific pass caught him in stride, and he didn't have to change his direct route at all.
It really was. The Hawkeyes applied some full court pressure, and you got a call right here.
10-second violation. Thank you, Bobby. Off the 1-2-2. That's 3 turnovers already caused by the press.
Hawkeyes doing an outstanding job, just as we talked about. Early game, you got to create your energy with your defense, and Hawkeyes hitting on all cylinders early.
They'll bring it. Okay, I see what they're doing. They're going to bring it back into the front court because the turnover occurred prior to getting to the timeline. Good job, 1-2-2 press. We haven't even seen Patrick McCaffrey yet. The Gophers have been victimized by turnovers this year, of course, with all those changing lineups due to COVID. Here's Chris Murray, misses the shot as he flew through the air, a little rainbow lob, and Chris got shoved a little bit underneath the square, tried to reach back and throw it in there, but it didn't happen. So the Hawks missed a chance there. 15:50 to play. Opening half, Iowa 11, Minnesota 2. And a shot goes up, but crawls off the right side of the rim by Henley. Made a good move, but didn't get the shot to go. Now Perkins has his shot blocked by Battle as the Hawks up-tempo into the front court. 15.5 minutes to go. Murray takes Battle off the drive, misses the running layup, got too far underneath. Perkins misses the putback. Oh, the Hawks had 2 great looks at it, but I love their rebounding prowess.
Absolutely. They are mauling the offensive glass here for the early part of the game, and I love Tony Perkins' activity early.
Here's Thompson, shot fake. 7-footer backs to dribble in on Rebraca. Jump hook, good from the just inside the free throw line. He hurt the Hawks last year, especially in that second half. Iowa pulled away late for the victory. It's 11-4 Iowa. After Murray and Perkins missed shots right in front of the rim, Minnesota converts at the other end. Just under 15 minutes to play in the half. Here's Connor McCaffrey, one-on-one with his man. Drop step, shot up, and no good. Rebraca with a rebound, up and good. Philip Rebraca got, finally, a shot from him close to go. The Hawks are getting great looks. They just weren't falling, but they'll start to. Here's Minnesota getting behind the Iowa press. A great catch and a layup by Will Ramberg just into the game. Ramberg is 6'5" youngster. Great catch. They threw over the top of the press. Thought the Hawks napping there, but that won't happen again. Here's Rebraca leaning in and missing the runner off the glass by Thompson. Good defense by Thompson. Battle runs the rebound down in the corner. 13-6 Iowa. We wind down to the 14-10 mark to play in the first half. Cooper thought about a long 3. Goes inside instead and a bad pass by Will Ramberg, stolen away by Aaron Ulis. Ulis all the way himself. Airballs it from 10 feet. Rebounded by Minnesota. Jaden Henley gets the board. 13:50 to play first half. Aaron wasn't sure what to do with that ball, Bobby. He couldn't figure out if he wanted to shoot it or pass. Thompson for 3, no good. Well short. Connor McCaffrey clears. Up the far sideline to Perkins. In transition, Murray. Shooting a 3. Good. No hesitation there.
No, they're going to have a timeout. That's about 7 minutes of nonstop action, and Hawkeyes got Minnesota on the ropes, on the run.
Minnesota averages 12 turnovers a game. They're about halfway there now. 13:32 to play in the opening half. The Hawks with a great start. 16-6 leading at Minnesota. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hawkeyes lead Minnesota early on, 13:32 to play first half. It's 16-6. Iowa. Iowa's already gotten 16 shots off, made 7, and many of the ones they missed were from right in front of the rim, right on the doorstep. And those will start to fall as the game wears on, but everybody's getting in the act. Murray and Rebrache each have 2 baskets, two buckets for Tony Perkins. He scored the first 5 Iowa points. Aaron Eulis has a score. Great balance for the Hawks. We played 6.5 minutes without a timeout or a foul. Well, actually, a couple fouls being called. So both teams needed a blow, and they're huddled around their coaches right now. Iowa leading 16-6. Bobby, lots to be impressed with.
Yeah, Hawkeyes come out with energy. Came out great defensive start for the Hawks, holding Minnesota just 1 out of 4 from the field, 25% shooting. They're out rebounding the Gophers 4-2, and the Hawkeyes great start offensively as well. 5 out of 8 from the floor, 63% shooting.
All right, not 7 for 16. I thought that was a lot of shots.
These stats are all messed up.
We're having a little issue with our stat monitor here. 5 of 8 is Iowa. I like those numbers much better. And Minnesota. Yeah, that can't be right. They've taken more than 4 shots. Well, we'll get it straightened out before the day's over. Hopefully.
Nothing's working up here in the cold.
Minnesota with the basketball. They nearly throw it away thanks to great effort by Tony Perkins. Boy, he got off the bus early, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He knows it. The career high that he had the other night at home, and then just 8 points against Purdue. So, he wants to get off to a much better start.
Peyton Sanford and Patrick McCaffrey are into the game for the Hawkeyes. A little more tall timber for that press, which is now being employed by McCaffrey and Perkins. They get a trap in the near corner. And Minnesota just barely beats the clock across the timeline. Cooper at point guard. Henley stays in the game. Jaden Henley. He's occupying a spot that normally Dawson Garcia would. Jamison Battle still on the floor, along with Trayton Thompson. 7-footer's got a jump hook. Here's Battle with 5 to shoot. Forces one up over Murray. No good. Short. Rebounded by McCaffrey. Patrick McCaffrey. He wheels into the front court for Peyton Sanford. And they're on Peyton as soon as he came across the midcourt stripe. 12:55 to go first half. And the Hawkeyes with the lead at 16-6. McCaffrey for Perkins. Lob right of the lane for Rebrache. He's going to work on the young 7-footer. Somebody's open. They double team him. Sanford misses a long 2, and Minnesota clears. Peyton rushed that one a little bit. He'll heat up. Here's Cooper back for Minnesota. Minnesota to Battle. Battle a shot fake. Had Rebrache on the switch, so he sends it across the court. Here's a long 3. No good by Cooper, and the rebound is punched to Chris Murray. Chris brings it down the floor himself. Stop and go move twice. Now to Patrick McCaffrey. Shot fake. Turns the corner. Gets in the lane. Jump passes to Chris Murray, who's got a 3. Now to Sanford. Rebrache. 12 minutes to play first half. McCaffrey holds up after a 2-bounce dribble. Now to Sanford. 10 to shoot for the Hawkeyes. Good man by the Gophers. Here's Sanford beating his man into the lane. Step back jumper. No good. Rebrache with a rebound over the 7-footer. Up and in, and a basket will count. Timeout on the floor. Phillip will have a free throw when we come back. Rebrache doing what he does best. Regacha.
Yeah, he is outworking that sophomore 7-footer there. Just quick off his feet. Thompson never even jumped. Phillip got the rebound, the putback, the end one coming after the timeout.
And at the other end, the Hawks have shut out the Gophers for nearly 3 minutes. It's 18-6 Iowa. Just under 12 minutes to play first half. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Emergency Fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table with Bobby Hansen, Gary Dauphin. Iowa off to a scintillating start at both ends of the floor. 18-6, they lead the Gophers. The Hawks have taken 19 shots, made 8, and they've missed a lot of bunnies, but you know over time those will start to fall. They've out-rebounded the Gophers 11-6, limited Minnesota to 3 of 9, Bobby Hansen, 33% shooting. But what I like is they've already forced 5 Gopher turnovers in the first 8 minutes.
Points off turnovers, those 5 turnovers. The Hawks have turned it over just one time, but points off that, 5-0 in favor of the Hawkeyes. Rebound numbers 11-6. But how about this one? We said this is a key. You got to dominate the paint. 1 rebound, 1 and done. The Hawks points in the paint 12, Minnesota 6.
Hawks have led from the get-go. Tony Perkins out of the gate. Scored 5 quick points. Got 3, a basket and an and 1 off a steal and a score. Hit the first shot of the game, and the Hawks haven't looked back. And now Filip Rebraca trying to complete the and 1 with a basket and now a free throw before we went to break. Hawkeye Basketball is sponsored by Mid-American. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. Rebraca at 66% on the year, misses the free throw. So the score holds at 18-6 with 11:50 to play in the first half. And Minnesota basketball. Cooper for Thompson. 7-footer peeks inside, now throws it to the guard. Torres Samuels, who's back in the game. Here's a step-back 3 from the corner. Good. Oh, nice-looking shot. Goes down for Talon Cooper. Well, he's 40% from 3, so you got to respect it. Patrick McCaffrey backed off him, and all of a sudden it's a 9-point lead for the Hawkeyes. McCaffrey misses a jump shot in the paint. Hawks continue to miss shots in close. Rebounded by Minnesota's Joshua Ola-Joseph. There's a drive into the paint by Samuels. Now takes the dribble to the corner. Thompson for Ola-Joseph. Battles in the other corner. They can't get him the ball. And here's a blocking foul on Rebraca. He's knocked down by Talon Cooper. Cooper's thick. He's 6'4", about 200 pounds. Built a lot like Tony Perkins. Just the second team foul on Iowa. 10:56 to play in the first half. Jaden Henley comes back in for Trayton Thompson. Minnesota will inbound front of the Iowa bench. Jamison Battle will do the honors. Dawson Garcia not playing today. We thought he might see a few minutes. Ola-Joseph to Battle. He's trapped in the corner by 2 Hawkeyes. So he throws it inside to Ola-Joseph, who hits a cutting teammate. Weak side layup good by Jaden Henley. Got in front of Peyton Sanford. And Minnesota's back to within 7. It's 18-11. Patrick McCaffrey's open for 3. Misses that, but it kicks long to Perkins. Tony, he's open, goes backdoor instead to Chris Murray. Shot up, blocked away. Blocked away by Ola-Joseph.
from the
Minnesota.
backside.
Yeah, Minnesota's carrying the attack to the Hawkeyes now. They've scored 5 in a row. Here's a drive inside, pulled up jump shot, good. Henley's got back-to-back baskets. Gophers back to within 5. 18-13. Perkins to the wing, and Chris Murray. He backs the dribble in on Jamison Battle. Shot up, no good. Put back, no good by Chris. And this is a third try. Now, all of a sudden, nothing's going down for the Hawkeyes. Wow.
Right on the doorstep. I thought that was automatic. Just rolled around the rim and off.
I can't believe all 3 of those didn't go in. He was right there in front of the rim. Well, just a cold streak for the Hawks for the moment, but Minnesota has a chance to get to within 3 with a basket. And here's comes a 3 from Battle. No good. Rebounded, fortunately, by McCaffrey. Patrick will bring the ball down the floor himself. Hawks have been stuck on 18 for a while. They had shut out Minnesota for 3 minutes. But the Gophers have roared back now with 7 straight points. Here's Rebraca. Shot fake. Everybody hesitating to shoot now. Peyton Sanford won't. He drives inside. He misses the layup attempt. Perkins gets the rebound. Shot clock does not reset. Murray misses a 3. Sanford with a rebound. Lost it. Minnesota gets it. My goodness, what is going on?
7-0 run for Minnesota, 2 minutes. Hawkeyes 0 for their last 8, 1 of their last 11.
8:57 to play. First half, Iowa had a 10-point lead, but it shrunk to 5. There's a pass left wing, stand still 3 is in and out, no good. Man, oh man, they got to get a hand in Cooper's face. He had a great look. Here come the Hawks on the run. Murray, backdoor lob to Rebraca, shot fake, up, no good, but he's fouled. Hard foul there by Ola Joseph. First personal foul on him. And keep in mind, Pharrell Payne, there's 6'9" centers on the bench with 2 fouls. He got those early. Rebraca, who missed a free throw a moment ago, is back at the line. He's got 6 points. Iowa hasn't scored in over 3 minutes. Free throws in and out. No good.
Crazy how basketball game can turn, isn't it? When momentum just starts to become a little contagious. And I guess that's what timeouts are for. We'll have one coming up here in about a minute.
Chris Murray and Tony Perkins will get their first breather of the day. 8:38 to go first half. See if Phillip can talk the second one down. Gets that one to go. He's got 7 points to lead Iowa. 19-13. The Hawkeye lead is 6 on the Gophers. Frustrating moments here for the Hawkeyes, but just play through it. Keep that 1-2-2 press in place. Samuels gets it across the midcourt stripe. Now leaves it for Talon Cooper. Hit a big 3 a minute ago. It's been a big part of this 7-1 run by Minnesota. Here's a pass to the wing, and Will Ramberg pulled up jumper and out. The foul line is good by Henley. They better get somebody in his face.
Yeah, 3 quick baskets here. The starter he was put into the lineup here to start the game. The freshman is, and he's responded.
Patrick McCaffrey scores off glass. Took the attack right to Henley, and he's got about 4 inches on him. And Patrick took the contact and smacked it in off the square. 21-15. Iowa's lead back to 6 with 7:50 to play first half. Here's Cooper. Left wing, drive to the baseline by Cooper. Back to the wing now. A shot fake and a drive inside on Sanford, and shot up and good. Or on Rebraca, excuse me. Ola Joseph just took the attack. Joshua Ola Joseph took the attack right to Phillip. And Phillip, not wanting to get his second foul, gave it to him, gave him the lane, and he knocked it down from 8 feet. 21-17 Iowa. Sanford, shot fake, now puts it up, no good, but a foul called, and we'll go to a timeout. The under-8 officials timeout, with Iowa leading 21-17. Gophers have battled back from 10 down. Just making sure, is that Iowa's biggest lead, 10, or was it 12 at one time? Well, it doesn't matter right now. It is 4, but free throws coming for Peyton Sanford. Hawks 21, Minnesota 17. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield. 12.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hawkeye basketball sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield, as well as U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free. Iowa used a 6-0 run to get out to an 18-6 lead 8 minutes into the game, but the Gophers have closed the gap thanks to a 7-0 run. Henley has 2 of those baskets in that 7-0 run. He's got 3 total to lead Minnesota with 6. Rabracha has 7 to top Iowa. But Minnesota got to within 5, and it's now 4, thanks to an 11-6 run by the Gophers. 21-17, Iowa with the lead. We've got 7:17 to play in the first half. And Peyton Sanford about to shoot a couple free throws.
Yeah, looking at Peyton's come in. He's 0 for 3 to start the game and missed a couple of tough ones at the rim. Chris Murray, 2 out of 9. You mentioned 3 times he was right at the doorstep. Couldn't get it to drop, but that's what happens when you play a team like Minnesota. You can really ugly it up, but you got to power through it. Start with the free throws right here from Peyton Sanford. 2 coming, and then the 1-2-2 full court, 3/4 court pressure. Now you can start to stretch this lead out as we go to halftime.
Peyton at 91% from the free throw line. And the Hawks are in the bonus for the rest of the half. Free throws up and in. Tried to crawl out of there, but went down through. 22-17 Hawkeyes. Hawks have not trailed in the game. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, health, and wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn. Sanford missed the second free throw, so the score holds at 22-17. Hawks were red hot at the beginning of the game, but the shots just aren't falling from anywhere right now, not with consistency. Well, D him up. Hawks, Dix in the defensive end. Here's a give and go and an easy layup. Oh, that's just too easy. Ola Joseph playing with a lot of energy. Here's a backdoor pass and a layup good by Patrick McCaffrey. From one McCaffrey to the other. Nice back cut by Patrick. Gets the layup. He's got a couple baskets. Iowa back in front by 5, 24-19.
Nice response right there after the poor defense on the Hawkeye part. It was brother to brother there as Connor finds Patrick running down the middle of the court.
Here's the same play they ran a moment ago, and Ola Joseph dunks it through. Just a little give and go. McCaffrey airballs a 3 from the wing. Patrick missed everything there. 24-21. Here comes Minnesota.
Same play.
Yeah, Cooper just takes the ball right wing. Ola Joseph cut from the high post to the basket. 2 good passes, 2 good layups, or the one is a dunk. So the Gophers have battled back. Here's Henley inside. Bumped off stride by Peyton Sanford, and Henley will get a couple free throws. Jaden Henley with 5:54 to go in the first half. And all of a sudden, Minnesota has a chance to get to within 1 of the Hawkeyes, who led by 12 6 minutes ago. Henley at 58%, though, from the foul line. But the way Minnesota's luck has been running the last 5 minutes, well, he misses the first one. Hawks keep the 3-point advantage. Here comes Rabracha, Perkins, and Aaron Eulis back into the game. Patrick McCaffrey, Josh Dix, And Peyton Sanford exit.
Starters back on the floor.
Chris Murray, of course, out there along with Connor McCaffrey. Free throw is good by Henley. 1 for 2. 2-point game. Iowa 24, Gophers 22, and the crowd's back in it now for Minnesota. Perkins, bounce pass left of the lane to Rebraca. He whirls in on Ola Joseph. Shot blocked from behind. Cooper. They've got more blocks from behind. Help defense than I can remember in a long time. Here's Ola Joseph driving into Rebraca. Phillip shuts him off, though. Now hits Henley. Henley bangs into Rebraca. Nowhere to go. Now he looks for an outlet. With 12 to shoot. Stolen away by Murray. A bad pass picked off. Good solid defense as the Hawks packed it in. Now Murray has his pocket picked, and the ball's out of bounds off of Murray. It'll be Minnesota basketball.
Chris went to the floor, but 2 Gophers dove on top of it, and it was over there on the far side of the court from where we're seated. Couldn't see it, but Chris must have knocked it out of bounds in the scramble.
Well, actually, he was laying out of bounds, and they punched the ball his way, and it hit him while he was laying out of bounds. So a tough break for the Hawkeyes there, but you got to love the aggression if you're a Gophers fan that Minnesota's showing. They've really D'd up here in the last few minutes.
Hawks 2 of their last 12, and they've connected, they being Minnesota, 4 of their last 4.
Here's Cooper. He's the catalyst out there at point guard. Here's Ola Joseph. He's been scoring. Wide open man underneath the basket. I don't think he knew he was open. Gets it to Battle. Jamison drives inside, misses the short jumper. Shot up no good, and rebounded by Rebraca. Yeah, Will Ramberg was wide open underneath the basket. He might have been too far under the square. We're elevated, of course, in our broadcast site. Here's Murray. He drives in and scores. Muscled right into Ola Joseph. That's what the Hawks got to keep doing.
I like that mentality right there. When it isn't going well, put your scorer, your main man, on the low block down there.
Indeed. Near turnover on Minnesota as a pass was deflected out of bounds by Rebraca. The 1-2-2 just about worked another turnover. 4.5 to play. First period. Iowa back up 26-22. Looking to get back-to-back stops. Battle's been quiet. He hasn't scored yet. And he's a scoring machine. Here's Ola Joseph. He's been scoring. Jump shot, no good. Rebounded strong by Murray. Murray brings the ball down the floor himself to Connor McCaffrey. Connor drives by his man. Shot blocked away again by Cooper. Amazing. Gophers hustle back down the floor and then put the brakes on. Henley. Right side for Battle. Back to Henley in the center of the floor. Jaden Henley out of Tacoma, Washington. Here's Battle. Heads for the far corner. Now he's got Ulis on the switch. A lot of size, then throws it away. Good double team by Chris Murray, forced the turnover. Perkins comes away with it to a cutting Murray. Shot up and no good. He'll get 2 free throws, though, as we go to an officials timeout. Well, Minnesota's getting back anyway. They're getting in the Hawkeyes' way, but now starting to foul.
Yeah, they're scrapping, shooting 50% from the floor. The Hawks have cooled off just 33%. You got to keep attacking, make them pay, knock down your free throws.
But Iowa's had back-to-back stops and throw in a turnover for good measure. 3:41 to play in the half. Hawks try to get the lead back to double digits, leading 26-22, but playing much better defensively, and still 3:40 to play in the first half. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Lisa Bluter each week from 6 to 7 for Hawk Talk at Bumps Restaurant, presented by Oak Knoll. View the season schedule at HawkeyeSports.com.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye basketball. Chris Murray about to shoot 2 free throws for the Hawks, who lead Minnesota 26-22 on Super Sunday. Big Ten basketball from Williams Arena. Iowa basketball is sponsored by Quickstar. With quick hot savings from Quickstar, you'll find hot deals throughout the store. Check out the savings on produce, Nature's Touch dairy products, and so much more. Quickstar's got your savings covered.
Quickstar, we visited one of those, didn't we?
Yeah, on the way up.
On the way up here, had all kinds of
couple of delectables and some icy beverages, icy cold beverages,
some fuel
from Quickstar. Elsewhere, let's see, we got another game going on in the Big Ten today. Michigan State leads at Ohio State. It's 22-11. Spartans with 3.5 to go in the first period at the Value City Arena. Ohio State's lost 5 6 games in a row. Man, Buckeyes are reeling. They certainly have talent. We'll see Ohio State next Thursday. Tickets available at 1-800-IA-HAWKS. 26-22. Iowa leads the Gophers. The Hawks led by 12 midway through the first half. Minnesota went on a 7-0 run, and it's been tight ever since. And the Hawks can't score with any consistency, either from the field or the free throw line. Murray misses his first. Gets the second one to go. Iowa now 4 for 8 from the foul line. Hopefully that heats up. Murray has 5 rebounds to go with 8 points.
The good news is defensively, Gary, Jamison battle 0 for 3, no point score. The Hawks paying really good defensive attention to their leading scorer, so keep it up.
Tony Perkins on him now on the switch. Jamison with a catch, pop-up jumper, good from the baseline. Well, you're not going to keep him in the deep freeze all day. 27-24 Iowa. 3:16 to play first half. Ulis with a pass out front for Chris Murray around a Rebraca screen to the basket. How is that not a foul?
A lot of contact.
Ola Joseph knocked Chris Murray sideways, and we play on. Minnesota with a rebound. He lost the ball on the way up, and Minnesota can tie it with a 3. Cooper for the Gophers out of Roebuck, South Carolina. He bounces for Ola Joseph. Aaron Ulis has him on the switch, so Aaron's giving away a lot of size. Now here's a jump shot. Henley, top of the key right, no good. Rebound kicks long, and Murray's got it running up the near sideline. 6 boards for Chris Murray. He's looking for Rebraca. Ola Joseph just shoving him out of there, so Chris throws up a 3. It was halfway down and hopped out.
Gave him the shot, too. They're trying to lay back in there in Philip Rebraca's lap, and Chris did the right thing to step up and take that shot, like you said, halfway down.
Iowa is 11 for 35 from the field. 11 for, it seems impossible.
35
they
shots,
could get 35 shots.
Points.
Connor McCaffrey had the steal, and then the ball bounds away, but thankfully right to Aaron Ulis. He has it knocked away from behind to Tony Perkins. Tony, a lob and a layup good for Chris Murray. Good play, Tony Perkins, all the way around.
Yeah, just stayed with the play as Minnesota was diving at his feet, trying to get that loose one. Tony calmly picked it up and saw his man, Chris Murray, for the easy lob.
Hawks up 5, 29-24, minute 45 to play. Murray with a poke away of a bounce pass. Hawks have already turned Minnesota over 8 times. Here's Henley with a crossover dribble. He has had the hot hand here in the first half. Battle, double team. Somebody's open. Inside it goes. Shot up and good. Will Ramberg was left alone as they double battle. 29-26. Connor McCaffrey struggled shooting in the last couple games. He's worked hard on his shooting. Here's Rebraca. Jump hook no good, but a foul finally called on Ola Joseph. He's been tackling people out there.
3 fouls.
And Ben Johnson will have to get him out. And Ola Joseph, I tell you, he brings the mail. 6'7", 215-pound freshman from Brooklyn Park. Phillips 1 for 3 and now 1 for 4 from the foul line. This is amazing. And it's contagious once you miss a couple.
Take a deep breath, man. Just shake it off and get this one.
Got a whole half to go yet to improve. Iowa 4 of 9, and the second one tried to climb out of there, but goes down through for Phillip. Bracha's got 8 points. Murray with 10 leads the Hawkeyes. Substitutions, Chris comes out of the game, not wanting to get his second. And Iowa's up 4 at 30-26 with 1:16 to play in the half. Well, Fran's going to tell him at halftime, hey, you're getting good shots. Keep putting them up there. They got to start falling. Here's a steal by Perkins on the 1-2-2. Shot up, no good again. The Hawks miss another one from point-blank range, and Perkins commits a foul.
So frustrating when you're a player and you're trying to dig. You're doing everything you're supposed to do. The shot won't go down the basket.
12 for 37 is Iowa. That's 32%, in case you're wondering. Minnesota, 52%, 12 for 23. Fouled on Perkins after the Hawks worked the 7th steal of the first half on Minnesota. 9 turnovers on the Gophers. It's got to start paying off sooner than later, we hope. Now Minnesota can't figure out the 1-2-2. Not many people can. This Iowa lengthy 1-2-2. Here's McCaffrey with a steal. Go up and dunk it, Patrick. Well, he set it in. That's a high percentage shot either way.
Good job. Double team. Aaron Eulis, Patrick McCaffrey. Patrick poked it away, picked it up, and laid it in.
They finally get it in before a 5-second call. Iowa has edged ahead by 6, 32-26 after back-to-back steals and one basket. Here's another steal. Up, knocked away, though, right to Minnesota. Now stolen from behind, and Aaron Eulis lost it. Now a 3-by battle is good.
Oh, man.
You got to be kidding me. 3 different Hawkeyes had their hands on the ball and couldn't secure it. Minnesota got it. Battle drains a 3 from deep in the right wing. Timeout, Iowa.
Look at that bench for Minnesota. They're taking anything they can as victory here. Getting little things like that, but got to cover up Battle now. He's going to be a tough guy to guard here the rest of the game.
32-29, Iowa's lead chopped in half. Well, I tell you, I haven't seen a game like this where so many shots didn't go down, and the thing's a hot potato at the other end. EMC Insurance is a proud supporter of Hawkeye basketball. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance. Find your agent at emcins.com. Stay with us for the Bud Light halftime show. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Hawk fans, they love having you back in Carver Hawkeye Arena this season. Bud Light, it's for the fans. And for Super Sunday, at the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dogs. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, I know how frustrated we are up here for the Hawkeyes. I can't imagine how frustrated they are, Bobby.
Yeah, you just got to keep going, though. Good timeout by Fran. Use it or lose it timeout. You got 21 seconds left at the end of the half here. Calm your team down and keep the momentum going here. Let's get the momentum going into the break here with a good offensive possession.
Hawks have a 3-point lead in the ball with 15 seconds to play in the half. Looking for a score to go to the locker room. Now inside 10. 8. Perkins deals for Connor McCaffrey. They're looking for Chris Murray. He's guarded by Battle. 2 seconds. Chris drives in, misses the layup.
A lot of body contact underneath him, and Chris is looking at the referees like, when are you going to call something here? You're going to let him maul me? But Hawks hold a 3-point lead.
Chris Murray, 4 for 14 in the first half. He is an upset young man as he walks off the floor. And the Hawks are just going to have to play through it. Iowa, 13 for 39 in the first half. But lead Minnesota by 3. It's 32-29 at the break. Budweiser halftime show is next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
2 seconds on the clock. Shot from half court for the win. It's good! Speed, power, performance. That's what it all comes down to, folks. And that's why Extreme, powered by Mediacom, is the Internet of Champions. Experience game-winning speeds up to 1 gig, unbeatable reliability, advanced whole home Wi-Fi, and a team of local employees who will do whatever it takes to keep you ahead. Score big with Extreme. Call 844-4FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. And by Bud Light, it's for the fans. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Now, welcome back to Williams Arena. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. Bobby's off to the Minnesota locker room to talk to Coach Dillard, who had the scout on today's game. What a great start for I guess I'd call it a tale of two halves in the first half. The Hawkeyes turning Minnesota over with regularity. Outscored the Gophers 18-6 to start the game. So they've got they had a 12-point lead with 11:53 to play in the first half, and really looked like they were going to run the Gophers out the door in the first period. But then the shots didn't fall. The Hawks had opportunity after opportunity, and you're not going to make them all, but the Hawks couldn't make any of them. They couldn't throw it in any one of the 10,000 lakes in Minnesota for about a 7-minute stretch. And the Gophers went off on a 7-0 run. They found their offensive mojo for at least a 3-minute period, cut the Iowa lead to 7, and trailed by 3 at the break. Hawks 32, Minnesota 29. Each team with 13 field goals. The Hawkeyes are 13 of 39. Minnesota 13 for 24. The Hawks are 1 of 7 from 3. That belongs to Chris Murray. So work to be done in the second half. You love what Iowa's doing, how they're getting to the basket, but the shots just aren't falling. And, of course, it's affected their free throw shooting. 5 of 10 in the first half. We'll recap the Hy-Vee stat sheet in just a minute. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored at halftime by Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Anheuser-Busch and Budweiser. Bud Light. Hawk fans, Bud Light proudly welcomes back Hawk fans to Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. Back with more halftime coverage in just a minute. Iowa leading Minnesota 32-29 at Williams Arena. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Halftime stat recap is courtesy of our friends at Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Hawks led by 12, 8 minutes into the game, lead by 3 at the break over Minnesota, 32-29. Hawks were hot at the start, icy cold in the final 10 minutes. Iowa for the first half shot, you get my figures right, 13 for 39, 1 of 7 from 3 and 5 of 10 from the free throw line. That's our halftime Latham Seeds charity stripe recap. Iowa made 5 of 10. Minnesota only got there twice, making 1. That's our charity stripe recap, sponsored by Latham High-Tech Seeds. The Hawkeyes have a diverse combination of talent, and at Latham High-Tech Seeds, you'll find the most diverse portfolio in the industry. Diversify for success at LathamSeeds.com. Iowa 13 of 39. That's just 33%. They have out-rebounded the Gophers 20-9, with dominating the boards early, but Minnesota's even that up. The big stat, the Hawks have turned Minnesota over 9 times in the first half. 9-0 they lead in points off turnovers. Hawks have 22 paint scores to 16 for the Gophers. Iowa led by 12 at the 11:53 mark, and then Minnesota put in a 7-0 run, started to hit some jump shots. They were ice cold at the start, and the Hawkeyes could not pop the lid off that basket for about a 5 to 6 minute stretch, but there's a whole 20 minutes remaining in the game. Iowa led by Chris Murray's 10, 8 for Rebracha, 5 for Tony Perkins. Minnesota's leading scorer is Jaden Henley with 7, 6 for Joshua Ola-Joseph, 5 for their leading scorer, Jamison Battle. The Gophers shot 54% in the first half, 13 of 24, just 2 threes and 6 attempts, and made 1 of 2 from the foul line. That's our Hy-Vee halftime stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee. We'll check the rest of the scoreboard when we come back. Here at the break, it's Iowa 32, Minnesota 29. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
When it comes to great sounding deals, sometimes the only thing you can trust is that there's something they're not telling you. So when we tell you that at US Cellular you can choose from any unlimited evolved plan and get $700 off any phone with no hidden requirements and no trade-in needed, you're probably thinking, yeah, right. But in this case, that actually is right. Because at US Cellular, you actually can trust that we mean what we say. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
With the score at halftime, Iowa leading Minnesota 32-29. Both teams are back out on the floor. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa basketball. Super Sunday in Underwood and Union, University Heights and University Park, all along the Hawkeye Radio Network. At the half, the Hawks up 3. Let's check the rest of the Big Ten scoreboard. One other game in action. Ohio State struggling to score, thanks in large part to Michigan State's defense. Spartans have a 27-14 halftime lead over the Buckeyes in Columbus. Number 1 Purdue is at Northwestern. They're about ready to tip off. Later today, it's Super Bowl 57. Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles down in Glendale. The Hawkeye women tip off ranked 5th. The Hawks host Rutgers coming up shortly at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can hear that on some of these Hawkeye Radio Network affiliates with Robbie Brooks and Jamie K.V. Lang. That's the U.S. Bank Big Ten scoreboard. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeyes lead Minnesota 32-29. Before we go to the second half, Bobby Hansen is alongside Hawkeye assistant coach Sherman Dillard, brought to you by John Deere.
Coach, you guys got off to a great start, got great energy, 18-6 start, and then what flipped around there for Minnesota?
Well, I thought we lost our focus, quite frankly, and I think Minnesota just came out and got a little bit of confidence, and they started attacking us, made some shots. We've got to generate some offense from our defense. We've got to get back and digging in, half court, stopping people, getting stops and runs. We've got to get multiple stops and runs. We'll be all right.
Yeah, it looks like that 1-2-2 paid some dividends there in the first half as well.
Well, you know, it did. I think we can use some clock in the back court and have them use less of a clock in the front court. Again, I think the game's going to be won on the defensive end. I think we got to get back to guarding and getting stops and then get run outs.
Okay, thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Sherman with Bobby, sponsored by Van Wall Equipment in Madrid and your John Deere dealers all across Iowa. Thank you, Van Wall Equipment. John Deere, your John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. Here we go with the second half. Ulis and Perkins, Rabracha, Chris Murray, and Connor McCaffrey. See how the Hawks attack. They go right inside to Murray. A great feed by Ulis. Met Chris in stride, and he went up and around Jamison Battle.
Yeah, it's a design play in the locker room. Put it on the chalkboard there. This is how we're going to start. And Chris made him look silly on that one. A nice little reverse pivot. Caught it. Easy layup.
Minnesota with the ball. Iowa with the lead. There's a similar play right inside. A score and a foul on Iowa. The Hawks have given up the lane a lot since about the 10-minute mark of the first half, and Minnesota keeps attacking inside, this time with Pharrell Payne as he comes out with a reverse layup and a foul. I'm not sure, is that on Perkins or Rabracha? Phillip, his second. So here's Payne, not a good free throw shooter, and he deadens it off the front of the rim, no good. Connor gets the rebound, so the Hawks limit the damage to 2, but they have just a 3-point lead. Phillip with a jump hook, wild shot, caromed off the back off the glass and then off the back of the iron.
I was looking for a foul, a lot of contact.
Here's Ola Joseph, fake to 3, goes inside, shot up no good. Another foul on Iowa. 2 free throws coming for Payne again. The Gophers continue to attack the middle. 34-31 Iowa. We played about a minute. First foul on Aaron Ulis, but 2 quick fouls on the Hawkeyes here to start the second half.
France talking with the referees like, okay, what's different down our end than what Payne was doing down there?
Payne rattles in the first free throw, just 46%. Missed one, but now has made one, and we'll get another one.
I'd go right back inside if I was Iowa. Maybe put Chris Murray down low.
Young man out of Cottage Grove, Minnesota, misses the second one, so he's 1 for 3 here in the last 15 seconds. Now Perkins with a rebound. Drives it all the way into the paint, misses the jump shot. Minnesota with a rebound. Hawks quick shooting. Payne clears. Minnesota shoots for the tie. As hard as that is to believe, and a score and a basket. Is it going to count? No.
Offensive foul.
Got an illegal screen.
Yep.
As Cooper took it all the way to the basket, and that's why. An illegal screen, a foul on Payne.
Looked like he may have tossed an elbow into the midsection of the Hawkeye defender to pick up that foul.
Well, that's 3 fouls on Payne. That's big. 34-32, wipe the basket away. Hawks still have the lead, and hopefully about to make a scoring run. Murray for Connor McCaffrey. Now to Rabracha. He's out on the left wing. Drives into the paint. Jump step, and he's tied up. Jump ball will go to Minnesota.
Phillip went hard, looking for contact, looking to get to the free throw line. No whistle. They blocked the shot, came down with it. Jump ball.
Drove hard into a double team. Boy, Minnesota has been really good with the help defense today. A lot of blocked shots. Hawks have a bunch of steals. So another empty possession for the Hawkeyes. 1-2-2 press employed. And they just do beat the 10-second shot clock. And avoid the violation. Minnesota with 9 turnovers in the first half. There's passes up a jump shot. Ola Joseph drives into Connor McCaffrey. Spins, turns, shoots, misses. Rebounded by Perkins. Strong rebound by Tony P. Perkins hot foots it into the front court. Ulis for three. Good. Aaron Ulis doesn't shoot much, but boy, seemingly every one of his baskets come at a critical juncture.
Yeah, he's certainly doing credit Tony Perkins with finding his backcourt running mate open from 22 feet, right corner.
Ulis with 5 on the afternoon. Hawks have a little breathing room, up 5, 37-32. Minnesota had 3 chances to tie it, and 0 for 3. And that's the way we like it. Now the Hawks look for a stop. Battle. Two-handed chest pass across the court for Jaden Henley. Now here's Cooper. He's going to have to force something up. Fires up a shot and hits it at the free throw line. That's a big-time move and a score by Cooper.
He's got 5. Credit the crowd with helping him out. Count it down.
But Tony Perkins comes right back and splits through the Minnesota defense all the way to the basket. Tony the Tiger gets 2 back for the Hawkeyes. 39-34 Iowa. 3 minutes gone in the second half here at Minnesota. Minnesota takes a lot of time just to get the ball up the floor, avoiding that turnover. Excellent play by the 1-2-2 Iowa defense. Here's a corner set shot 3 that's good. Cooper penetrated, found a wide open Ola Joseph in the corner. Nobody home, and it's a 2-point game. 39-37 Iowa. Perkins bounces down low for Rebraca. He spins, turns inside on Ola Joseph, has the shot blocked again. Phillip challenging him, and Ola Joseph swatted it away. He's 6'7". Here comes Minnesota running, trying to score off the break. Pass is fumbled by Ola Joseph. He was going to dunk it, but took his eyes off the ball. The Hawks come up with a turnover. Here's Murray. Drives inside on Cooper. Shot is up, no good. Gets his own rebound. Up, no good again. Rebounded Minnesota.
Wow. Just can't get it over the top of the rim there. Ola Joseph, long arm swatting away at it.
16:09 to play in the game. Cooper throws up a shot. No, he throws it to the corner. Battles, misses the 3. That would have given Minnesota its first lead. Looked good, but a little strong. Connor with a rebound. Throws inside for Murray, and Chris on a backdoor lob sets it in off the square. He made sure that was layup practice. He's got to be wondering what he's got to do to pop the lid off
Good
that
find
thing.
by Connor, though. Wide open with Chris down there. Put the pass on the money for the easy layup. 14 now for Chris Murray.
41-37 Iowa with the lead. Near turnover by Minnesota off the Iowa pressure. Battle with 15.5 to go in the game. 10 to shoot. Here's Cooper on a crossover dribble. He's looking for the big fella Payne inside. He makes a nice catch. Ball stripped by Connor McCaffrey. Saved from going out of bounds by Perkins. Connor McCaffrey makes a great play on the double team. Here's Perkins all the way back. Lost the dribble. Gets it back. Looks for help. Cross court for Connor McCaffrey. Into the corner to Chris Murray. Thought about a 3. Now shovel pass right of the lane to Rebraca. Played about 5 minutes here in the second half. Rebraca right back to Chris. 4-3. Good. He rattled it in. Chris Murray to the rescue again. He's got 5 straight points.
He does. And Murray now with 17 points in the game. Can't get anything at the rim. Go ahead. Let's take it from 3. Hawkeyes extend the lead to 7.
44-37. Minnesota beats the press. Here's a strip by Connor McCaffrey.
3 in a row.
Ripped it away, and now a foul called on Minnesota. Well, Ben Johnson has a reason to be upset. It looked like, I'm chuckling, Jaden Henley drove it right at the heart of the Iowa defense, and he ran right at Connor McCaffrey, and Connor said, thank you very much, and he prized the ball out of his grasp. Henley ends up on his backside on the floor, and the Hawks are going the other way. Foul on Minnesota to stop the drive or the fast break. So a timeout. 14:42 to play in the game. 44-37. Iowa with the lead over the Gophers. Iowa's led by as many as 12. They lead by 7 in this boxing match.
Yeah, it really is, but a great job defensively, Connor McCaffrey. I think that's 3 steals in a row where he's been right there to rake it loose down low and sidestepped the Minnesota player on that last one to avoid the foul.
Back to Minneapolis in just a minute with the Hawks up 7. 14:42 to go in the game. Sunday afternoon, Big Ten hoops from Williams Arena. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
We're at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table in Minneapolis, where the Hawks lead Minnesota 44-37. Hasn't been easy. It was easy for the first 5 or 6 minutes. The Hawks looked like they couldn't do any wrong, really, out to an 18-6 advantage, turning Minnesota over with that 1-2-2 press. And then Minnesota had a 7-0 run midway through the period. The Hawks couldn't make a shot. It wasn't due to a lack of execution. They were getting to the rim, but it just was not going in. So Iowa went to the halftime period up 3, have stretched it back to 7 here to start the second half, 44-37. And Iowa basketball after the 12th Minnesota turnover. Attention, Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance. Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops to compare plans. And getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa, it's as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis. Search budmary.com and learn more. Eulis to Connor McCaffrey. Lob backdoor to Chris, and he's run into by
a bad call here coming, Gary.
What?
They called Chris Murray for pulling down the defender, Jamison Battle.
Oh, my. That's a brutal whistle.
Brutal call.
Chris Murray, Jamison Battle was
backing him up.
Bent over into the V position, just backing Chris out of bounds. Murray still caught the ball, and they call the foul on Murray. Well, Minnesota basketball. Iowa up 44-37 with 14:25 to play in the game. See if the Hawks can get a 4th consecutive stop. Minnesota's gone 3 minutes without a point. Here's a baseline feed. A drive by Henley. Check, that's Ramberg, not Henley. And here's a missed scoring opportunity. I was looking at Connor McCaffrey, got knocked down by Ola Joseph, and no whistle there. That was the equalizer right there.
Just let him play on.
Here's Rebraca muscling in and scoring off the glass. That time he took Will Ramberg right to the cleaners. Ramberg, he's as tall as Philip, but not nearly as big or developed as Philip Rebraca. Hawks are back up 9. Jump shot, round and in. Henley shooting early in the clock as they got through the Iowa press that time. You're not going to shut him down every possession, and Henley got all the way into the paint and hit the 7-footer. 46-39 Iowa. Perkins peering inside for Rebraca. Now to Chris Murray at the top of the circle. Chris drives it hard right baseline, backs in on Jamison. Shot is up, no good. Rebounded Chris Murray. Shot fake up again and good. Oh, he stayed with it. Lefty on lefty there.
That was just a couple of heavyweights battling it out in there. Finally, Chris gets the left-handed layup to drop.
Put boxing gloves on him. Here's Battles, gets the ball off across the timeline on a pass from Cooper. Now a foul inside called on Connor McCaffrey as Jamison Battle and Will Ramberg were working the give and go. Not a shooting foul. That's good because Battle, very good free thrower. Talon Cooper will trigger it in underneath out of bounds left of the Minnesota goal. Gets it to Battle and it's poked away from him by Chris Murray. Hands defense by Iowa has been spectacular today.
It has on that underneath out of bounds play. The Hawks were alert to it and let nobody cut to the rim. Forced it over here to the corner and batted out of bounds.
Cooper again will try and get it in along the baseline. Does so. Pass fumbled by Ola Joseph, but he gets it back under control. Now to Cooper. Cooper, shot fake, tries to drive around Rebraca. Backs him down in the paint, turns, spins, shoots, and scores. How about Cooper?
Tough shot right there.
The last two were tough shots. He's got 7. Henley leads Minnesota with 9. Here's Rebraca muscling in on Ola Joseph. Shot fake, spun toward the baseline, and then drew the foul, and that's going to get Ola Joseph out of the game.
With his 4th foul.
Yeah, Payne is going to come get him. Pharrell Payne, 6'9", so they gain a couple inches and about 25 pounds with Payne. Rebraca with 2 free throws. Needs to knock these down. Phillip 2 for 5 in the first half from the charity stripe. Free throws good, much better for him. He's in double figures, heading for a double-double. He's got 11 points, 6 rebounds. I stand corrected. Oh, no, that was Ola Joseph's 4th foul, right?
Yes, sir.
Payne has 3. Payne comes back in with 3. 12:32 to play in the game. Second free throw good by Phillip. Looking right into the Moo crew down there, the Minnesota student section. And here comes the 1-2-2 press. Patrick McCaffrey back in the game along with Sanford. Got to get Peyton going here. His 3-point touch. And here's a drive all the way into the paint. Shot blocked away by Chris Murray as he blocked on Henley. And then Henley gets the rebound and bounces it on the baseline to Ramberg, who lays it up and in.
Hawks just lose track of where Ramberg is there, Gary, and he's off the bench. He's got 6.
My. Yeah, just good defense. And then here's a jump hook by Patrick McCaffrey that's no good at the other end. Patrick lost the ball on the way up. 50-43 Iowa. Hawks with a 7-point lead. They led by 9 a moment ago. Pass inside is picked off. Stolen away from Payne by Chris Murray. At the other end, a dunk by Phillip Rebraca in transition. Chris Murray can pass too.
Yeah, all the defense went to Chris Murray. He unselfishly gives it up to the runner. Phillip Rebraca left wing and put the pass on the money for the dunk.
52-43 Minnesota beats the press methodically. Shot up and good by Will Ramberg.
Back and forth.
Back-to-back hoops by Ramberg. 52-45. Iowa's lead is 7. Now a foul on Iowa after Tony Perkins tried to dribble around Jaden Henley. Henley knocked the ball away, came up with it, and was knocked to the floor. Hawks turn it over and still lead 52-45 with 11:20 to play in the game. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination. Yeah, the Minnesota student body, known as the Barnyard. They've got a number of them dressed as dairy cows. They have a good time. Not as full as we're used to seeing it. That has a lot to do with the Minnesota season at 1-11. But, Bobby, there's no argument with the Gophers' effort here this afternoon. The Hawks lead it by 7, 52-45. 11:20 to play in the game. Minnesota basketball when play resumes.
Yeah, this is the point right here, Gary. You're the under 12 timeout. You really ratchet up the pressure and defensively get after them, limit them to one shot. But Boy, you're exactly right, Gary. Covered Jamison Battle. He's the one guy that can really take over this, go off from the outside. The Hawks have done a great job on him all afternoon long. So keep it up here and get this stretch this lead out extended if you can here with some runouts.
Hawkeyes have forced 14 Minnesota turnovers and lead in points off turnovers 14-0. And yet lead by only 7, 52-45. Hawks have turned it over just 4 times. Rebounds are about even at 29-26. Great balance for the Gophers. These kids, Henley and Ramberg, who didn't figure prominently at the beginning of the year, but because of injuries and COVID and illness, they've had to play. Henley's got 9. He's had 2 easy baskets underneath here in the last few possessions. Cooper has 7, shooting guard. Ramberg has 8. Henley has 9. 9 for Ola Joseph. Great balance. The Hawkeyes are led by Chris Murray's 19. Rebraca has 14. 7 for Tony Perkins. Tony looked like he was gimpy after he lost the ball a moment ago, but he's back out on the floor. And here we go, Minnesota on the attack. Here's Battle. Jamison Battle backs into a double team, turns, shoots, and scores. We were talking during the break. He's only had 5 points. He's got 7 now, but their leading scorer is yet to go off. 52-47.
First basket, second half for J-Mo.
Iowa leads by 5. Sanford with the catch. Now to Chris Murray. Chris drives into Battle and scores. Battle hits the deck. They just haven't called anything in terms of contact inside this afternoon at both ends of the floor. Ben Johnson was griping about that no call. 54-47. Murray with 21 for Iowa. Battle with a catch. Drives the ball around Peyton Sanford. Turns, shoots, and scores. Right baseline. He's 2 for his last 2.
Yeah, he's starting to heat it up there. Peyton Sanford been charged with guarding him in there. Fran may make a change.
54-49. Iowa's lead is 5 on the Gophers. Rebraca. The ball to Sanford. He's being chased by Ramberg. Patrick McCaffrey turns the corner, gets inside, throws up a shot, off balance, no good. Minnesota with a rebound. Ramberg leads it out, and now we got a foul called. Tony
dig out that loose ball, hustle.
Yeah, thought he had Ola Joseph tied up, but a foul called on Tony Perkins. Connor McCaffrey comes in for Patrick, and Peyton Sanford will come out of the game. Peyton just has not gotten going today. So the Hawks with a 5-point lead give the ball back to Minnesota. 54-49, 9:50 to play. Minnesota. A lot of fight left in these Gophers despite the rough year they've had. A Battle. They set a screen for him. Pass across court to Ramberg. And he looks for an outlet right back to Battle. 10 to shoot for the Gophers. Battle takes Rebraca off the dribble. Shoots and no good. Great defense by Phillip. Caused that shot to come up well short. Perkins back for the Hawkeyes. So there's a stop by Iowa. They're looking for Murray inside. They've switched Battle off of him. Cooper is now guarding Chris. Chris has got a height advantage there. 9:10 to play in the game. Perkins with a pop-up jumper, no good. High post right. Minnesota with a rebound. Ola Joseph to Ramberg into the front court. And leaves it for Henley. Minnesota slows the tempo down. They're not a deep team, so you get to this stage of the game, 8:50 remaining, and they're trying to catch their breath and cut into the Iowa lead. Doing a nice job. Henley, manned up by Perkins, spins away with a dribble, high post left, throws up a wild shot, no good, rebounded by Rebraca. Strong rebound by Rebraca. Yeah, Henley's been doing a dance a lot today with the ball. Here's Murray back for Iowa from Connor McCaffrey. One-on-one with Battle. Chris drives to the baseline, shot up, no good. Battle may have gotten a piece of that, and it's off of Murray, out of bounds. He is just being assaulted in there. Wow. Timeout on the floor. 8:23 to play in the game. Iowa's lead 54-49. Minnesota trying to muddy things up, dirty up the games, slow it to their pace, and it's certainly working for them now. Now's your chance, Hawk fans, to make a difference. Join the Swarm and partner with Iowa men's basketball to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. And when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowансWin. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When it comes to great sounding deals, sometimes the only thing you can trust is that there's something they're not telling you. So when we tell you that at US Cellular you can choose from any unlimited evolved plan and get $700 off any phone with no hidden requirements and no trade-in needed, you're probably thinking, yeah, right. But in this case, that actually is right. Because at US Cellular, you actually can trust that we mean what we say. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Are you craving down-home comfort food? This is Jeff Grunder inviting you to the Machine Shed. We've got weekly features for everyone, starting off with our Kickin' Chicken Tuesdays with classic fried chicken. Then on Smokehouse Wednesdays, we have our slow-roasted hickory smoked ribs. And don't forget our Fish Fry Fridays with fresh North Atlantic cod. Each night is all you care to eat and comes with all the Machine Shed fixings. Bring the family and bring your appetite.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Welcome back to Minneapolis. Boy, it's never easy on the road in the Big Ten. It just isn't possible to have an easy win against a team that, at least on paper, you're better than for a variety of reasons. Minnesota beset by injuries, and Ben Johnson's second year, COVID twice. Iowa gets out to a 12-point lead, and then the shots wouldn't fall for the Hawkeyes. Just would not go down, and Minnesota crawls back into it with a couple threes, and been close ever since. Iowa did lead by 9 here in the second half. The lead is 5 now, 54-49. Minnesota basketball. See if the Hawkeye press can turn the Gophers over again. 14 turnovers for Minnesota. Now they get it across the midcourt stripe this time. Chris Murray is challenging guard Talon Cooper. A bounce high on the right to Payne. He's playing with 3 fouls. Crossover dribble by Henley. And he's blocked by Tony Perkins, I guess. That brings us to another official's timeout on the floor. That'll be 4 team fouls on the Hawkeyes. And Minnesota basketball when we return. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye sports than Wimmer's Meats. Wimmer's hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawks. How about throwing a few on the grill this afternoon? And Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Authentic Brand, born in the heart of Iowa. Authentic Brand's premium sportswear serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best in the Authentic Brand label. 7:58 to go. Iowa by 5 here at Williams Arena. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Welcome back to Hawkeye basketball. Iowa, Minnesota, 54-49 Hawkeyes with 8 minutes to play in the game. We're sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. A couple of other Big Ten games in action at this moment, courtesy of U.S. Bank. Let's look at the scoreboard. Michigan State maintains a 14-point lead on Ohio State in Columbus. It's 49-35 Spartans, and just under 7 minutes to play at the Value City Arena. Purdue is at number one. Purdue is at Northwestern, and the Boilermakers have a 5-point lead with 8 minutes to go first half. It's 26-21 Purdue over the Wildcats. Northwestern hanging tough. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard. Here, apparently it was a shooting foul, Bobby. I didn't see that, but Tony Perkins' foul has put Jaden Henley at the free throw line for 2.
Henley's inserted into the starting lineup here, the freshman was for this afternoon's game, and certainly responded for Ben Johnson.
58% free throw, and he makes the first. Minnesota's only been to the foul line 6 times, making half. 54-50 Iowa. Crowd quiet, second free throw up and no good. Murray snares the rebound. That's Chris's 7th board of the afternoon to go with his 21 points. And Iowa on the attack, leading by 4. Ulis for Perkins. Tony thought about a 3, but covered up by Henley. Now to Murray. Cooper has him one-on-one. Chris drives inside. Jump hook up and good. Somehow it found its way down. Like he flipped it up there. He was sailing out of bounds along the baseline and flipped it up there clear of the square and knocked it in. Big basket. Maybe that gets the Hawks going. Back up 6. 56-50 Iowa. 7:22 to play in the game. Cooper gets a screen from Ola Joseph. Takes the dribble right wing. Wanted to go right back to Ola Joseph, but the Hawks dropped a double team on him. Now Battle, covered up by Chris Murray to Ola Joseph. Battle wanted the ball right back. Ola Joseph drives inside. He's fouled. And 2 free throws coming for Minnesota. Tony Perkins hit the deck.
Tony's battling the big fella. Pharrell Payne in there. And Payne always a experience when he goes to the free throw line, and he'll be there for 2.
Foul is on Connor McCaffrey. That's his 2nd. Connor came to help on Ola Joseph. Or check that. Payne, Pharrell Payne, is at the foul line. He's 46% free throws. He's made 1 of 3 today, and now 2 of 4. 56-51 Hawkeyes. Iowa struggling from distance again today. Just 3 of 9 from 3. 5 of 18 at Purdue the other night. Hopefully they can get hot here in the final 7 minutes. Second free throw rolls around and comes off. Chris Murray got tangled up with Tony Perkins, and fortunately he's okay. Iowa on the attack, up 5 with 6:50 to play in the contest. Ulis hands off to Perkins, center of the floor for Connor McCaffrey. They work it around weak side to Rebraca. He takes the dribble into the middle. Jump hook is good by Phillip. Shot fake. Got Payne off balance.
He did. Put a little shoulder on him and created some space. Phillip Rebraca now 16 points. Be the second leading scorer for the Hawkeyes. Chris leads with 23 points, 10 rebounds.
58-51. Iowa stretches the lead back to 7. Looking for a stop. Cooper drives Ulis into Ola Joseph. Puts up a jump shot. No good. Had a good look at it. Missed it. Murray with another rebound. Murray's got the last 3. And he's in double figures with 10. 58-51. Hawks get a score here that would match their biggest lead of the second half. Ulis drives it in hard deep. Now returns a pass on point to Murray. Right back inside it goes to Rebraca. Jump hook. No good. He missed that one. Tips the rebound out to Chris Murray. Chris to Ulis. He's open for three. One more time. No! Rims and comes out. Rebounded by Connor McCaffrey. Big rebound by Connor. Big offensive repossession for the Hawkeyes.
Connor never stopped moving on that. Came from the left side, the offside. When Aaron lined that thing up, it rolled around the rim. Connor snuck underneath and got the offensive board. Take a little more time off the clock.
Boy, I'd go right back inside again to Rebraca. And here's a shot put up as the clock is about to expire. No good. Rebounded by Murray. Out front to Rebraca. He returns top of the circle. Here's Connor McCaffrey. Drills a three from the left wing. Timeout, Minnesota. Offensive rebounding, the difference maker here in the last 3 minutes.
I think the difference is, too, the Hawkeyes are wearing them out, Gary. You'd see a tired Minnesota team, not very deep. Hawkeyes just relentless and keep on grinding.
15 offensive rebounds for Iowa. That'll win you a lot of basketball games. Hawks have the lead back to double digits at 61-51. And we'll keep it right here. It looks like a 30-second timeout. So we'll tell you about the Iowa Lottery. Win some suites for the NCAA tournament in Des Moines or a Minnesota Timberwolves game in Minneapolis. Enter non-winning Money Madness or Tripler scratch tickets in the Iowa Lottery VIP Club. For more information, go to ialottery.com. Chris Murray has been a difference maker the last few minutes with his rebounding. Yeah, he's got 23 points, 12 rebounds. Bobby, he has owned the basketball at both ends.
Yeah, he really has. And, tough night early or tough afternoon early for Chris. Couldn't get it to drop at the rim, but the kid didn't drop his head. Shows a lot of poise in there. Just keep coming at you. 10 of 24, 23 points on 24 shots. But look at this number right here, Gary. Offensive rebounds, 15-1 in favor of the Hawks.
That is a double taker right there. Minnesota, after the timeout, works the ball into the front court. 61-51 Iowa as we wind down to the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes remaining in the game. Here's a blocking foul on Rebraca. He came to double.
4.
And 4 on Phillip. They call the blocking foul on him. Larry Scarrato made that call. And Cooper will be at the free throw line. That is team foul 9 on Iowa. Minnesota's been called for 3 fouls in the second half. Hawks for 9. So the 1-and-1 coming for Cooper. They're 4 of 9. Minnesota is at the free throw line this afternoon. Let's see what Cooper's done on the year. He's at 57%. Makes the first one, so he'll get the bonus. 61-52 Hawkeyes. Minnesota's been averaging 61 points a game. Hawks are there now, and hopefully 10 or 15 more at minimum. Free throws way short. Murray with another rebound. 13 boards for Chris. He is the odds-on favorite for our Old Dominion best in the game today. Hawks spread the court, run some clock, up 9, 61-52. Connor McCaffrey circles left wing with a dribble into the corner to Patrick McCaffrey, who's in to give Rebraca a couple-minute breather with those 4 fouls. Now Perkins with 7 to shoot. Chris Murray for 3. Good! Splash down. Money, clutch. However you want to label it, it's Chris Murray.
Chris Murray now taking over this game. 26 points, 12 rebounds. That's just nice, patient offense by the Hawkeyes.
And a rare 3 for Iowa. 64-52 Hawkeyes. Back to a 12-point lead that matches the high water mark for the afternoon. Here's a long 2. That's way short. Rebounded by Minnesota. A rare offensive rebound and a foul called on the floor on Connor McCaffrey. But that will put Minnesota in the double bonus. Enough of that. And shooting 2 will be Will Ramberg. This kid's played well today.
Yeah, he's out there.
For Minnesota. Battled. It's a rare chance to start.
Yeah, been in the middle of a lot of action. Yeah, Ramberg comes off the bench. He's got 8 points and a couple of free throws coming here.
First one takes flight, and it falls off the front of the rim. Took a trip to the glass and then back off. Ramberg at 33%. Can that be right? Is that accurate? My goodness.
Doesn't look real comfortable.
Second one, he just kind of flicked it up there, in and out, no good. Hawks catch a huge break. Well, you know who's going to get fouled from here on out?
He or Payne.
4 minutes to go in the game. 64-52. The Hawks led by 12 in the first half. Minnesota came back due in large part to Iowa's inability to make a shot. And they were getting good looks. They just weren't falling for about a 5-minute stretch. Minnesota went on a 7-0 run. It's been close ever since till now. Tony Perkins gets to the rim, me and my big mouth, and misses a layup attempt. Rolled off the right. I think Tony was anticipating contact and never got it. 3.5 to go. Good news is the Hawks took 25 seconds off the shot clock. 64-52 Iowa. Here's Ola Joseph. Baseline to Ramberg. Back to Ola Joseph. He backs down Patrick McCaffrey. Shot blocked away by Patrick. I think it might have been scraped by Tony Perkins from behind.
Good D by Patrick and good help by Tony Perkins. Patrick moved his feet, held his ground, hands straight up, no foul called, and gets the block.
Hawks can take the shot clock or the game clock well under 3 minutes. Here, they still got 15 on the shot clock, 3:02 to play in the game. No hurry are the Hawkeyes. Here's Perkins to Connor. Backdoor lob. Chris Murray dunks it through. You're right, Bobby. Minnesota's gas. They're running on empty.
Yep, good play, though, by the Hawkeyes, and an outstanding find from the top of the key. The high-low action, Connor McCaffrey to Chris Murray for the dunk.
Henley just let Chris Murray go. He's given away about 3 or 4 inches. Here's Battle, who never really got going today. Misses a jump shot over great defense by Chris Murray, and Connor McCaffrey bear hugs another rebound. Connor McCaffrey has been dynamic.
He has. I think that's
on
9
the floor
rebounds
again.
for him.
You're right. 9 boards for Connor McCaffrey. 4 assists for Connor McCaffrey. Here's Ulis trying to come to the dance party. Misses the jump shot. Actually tried to throw a pass off a fake jump shot. Now to Perkins. 4 to shoot. Tony off the glass. Too hard, no good. Rebounded by Minnesota. Connor thought he had him tied up, but Hamburg rips it away. 1:59 to go in the game. Iowa holding on here in Minneapolis. 66-52. The Hawks have this thing tucked away.
Bad call.
And now a blocking foul on Perkins after the Gopher fell down with a basketball.
Stumbled and fell down.
Cooper. It's not been a good day for the officiating crew, but the Hawks are going to have a good day in the end, leading 66-52 with 1:50 to go in the game. Minnesota, though, will be shooting free throws when we come back. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level with Shields Fan Shop. We have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Minnesota out of gas, 0 for 6.
Back in Minneapolis, 2 minutes, a little under 2 minutes to play here, and the Hawks gunning for victory number 8 in the Big Ten. 16 wins overall after today, leading 66-52. Iowa led by 3 at halftime. And it was back and forth, physical basketball game. Officials weren't calling anything, and now they're calling all. But the Hawks started to pull away. They got the lead to 5 and then to 9 on a Chris Murray three-point goal. Iowa led 46-37. Gophers did cut it back to 7 at 54-40 54-47 before Chris got a couple layups. They started feeding him in the post. And he's just too quick for any defender. Plus Minnesota wearing down. You can see the physicalness of this game starting to wear on that shortened roster of the Gophers. They don't have much of a bench because of injuries and COVID. In fact, they had 7 healthy players coming into today, and they played at least 8 or 9 because of foul issues, so they had to throw some injured Gophers out there. But the Hawks started to pull away a Rebraca jump hook, a Connor McCaffrey 3-point goal, then put Iowa up 10. Chris Murray, a 3-point goal, gave Iowa a 12-point lead, and then a Murray dunk on a nice assist from Connor McCaffrey has Iowa up 14 as Minnesota shoots free throws. And the first one is good by Cooper, who literally fell down, dribbling down the right side of the lane, and they called a foul on Tony Perkins, a blocking foul. Tony was probably a foot away from him at least. But we play on. 4 fouls, by the way, on Perkins. Cooper hits both free throws. Well, Cooper having a good day. He's got 10 points, 6 assists. And now Minnesota will press and put the Hawkeyes at the line ultimately. Ulis fumbles the pass, but gets it under control back to Perkins. Minute 37 to go. 15 on the shot clock. Ulis gets around Ola Joseph. Lost the dribble again. Throws up a wild shot. No good. Minnesota with a rebound. And they're hustling back quickly. Cooper holds up, feeds a cutting Ola Joseph. His jump shot is good off the glass. 4 straight points for Minnesota. It's a 10-point game with 1:17 to go. Iowa with the lead. Here's Perkins racing into the front court, and he's fouled, grabbed. Okay. They're going to get Ramberg with a foul there, and Tony will be at the free throw line. He of the 15 of 16 against Illinois a week ago yesterday. Oh, not a shooting foul, my bad. That's just 14 fouls on the Gophers. 1:10 to go. Hawkeyes' 14-point lead is melted to 10, but Minnesota doesn't seem to be interested in fouling. There's a pass to Ulis from Perkins. Aaron takes the dribble into the corner, now comes out to the wing, and there's another foul called. This one's on Cooper. That is 5 team fouls on Minnesota. Boy, they took a lot of time before committing a foul.
Tired, dude, I'm telling you.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, they're coming off the COVID. They probably didn't practice a whole bunch, but the Hawks did what they had to do and just run them out of gas.
Connor throws it into the backcourt to Chris Murray. Smart move by Chris. He's run into by Battle. Battle threw a shoulder into Murray. They'll be watching the Super Bowl later today. 6 team fouls on Minnesota, 54.6 to play. Hawks are gaining an advantage by Minnesota. And
timeout.
Okay. Tony got trapped along the sideline on the inbounds pass. I thought they called a foul, but Iowa called a timeout to avoid the 5-second call. We'll keep it right here. Iowa 66, Minnesota 56 with 52 seconds remaining in the game. Next foul will put Iowa at the free throw line. Hawkeye basketball has been sponsored today by the Central Midwest Honda dealers, including Mike Gardy and the crew at Ames Honda. Thank you, Honda dealers all across the state of Iowa. Honda. Happy New Year from your Honda, Central Midwest Honda dealers. We got a bunch of them that are proud supporters of Hawkeye basketball. The Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series celebrates student athletes and our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawks work hard all year, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Hawks trying to get a win to end this 2-game road swing before they return home Thursday night. Would love to see a great crowd out there at Carver for Iowa, Ohio State Thursday night. Ulis is fouled from behind by Cooper on the inbounds with 49.4 to go. And Aaron Ulis will be at the free throw line on the 7th team foul by the Gophers. Michigan State has defeated Ohio State 62-41. Well, I don't know what's going on in Columbus. I mean, what they scored, 90 on Iowa?
Yeah, Sensabaugh went crazy, and the other the transfer from Oklahoma State, but it's been downhill ever since.
Ooh, that's 6 straight losses for the Buckeyes. Purdue has a 6-point lead on Northwestern. 34-28 with a minute to go in the first half. I'm sorry, I was looking away, Bobby, at the score. Ulis missed the free throw, and he's He's an excellent free throw shooter. So Peyton Sanford comes in and gets Aaron Eulis. Now, Minnesota fortunately kicked the ball out of bounds, so the Hawks keep the ball with 47 seconds to go in the game. And they bring it into Chris Murray, right back to Connor McCaffrey. He throws out top for Patrick. 15 to shoot. Peyton Sanford, just hold on to the ball, guys. Sanford is fouled. Minnesota is running on empty. 38.5 to go. And now Peyton Sanford will be at the line off the 8th Minnesota team foul, shooting the 1-and-1. Peyton just couldn't get his game going today. One free throw. Free throw's good. Puts Iowa up 11, 67-56. But he is an excellent free throw shooter. This could be a long 38.5 seconds, buddy boy.
Yeah, they'll, Minnesota going to try one more attempt, and then the Hawks will hold it once it gets under the clock.
Peyton gets both free throws. Hawks keep the 1-2-2 on. That was effective again today. Here's a long three. Good. Nope. A little strong by Cooper. Peyton rebounds, and that'll be it. Ben Johnson calls the dogs off. And the Hawkeyes in front 68-56 with a solid victory over a determined Minnesota team here on the road.
Yeah, it really was. Gutty performance by the Hawkeyes. It wasn't the prettiest thing, out here this afternoon, but the Hawks got off to a good start there. You got that 18-6 start, and then Minnesota kind of got it back, made it a game. But again, as we saw up here, they ran out of gas. The Hawks in much better physical condition.
Victory for the Hawkeyes. 68-56 over Minnesota. Come back with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show after this here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Triple Tripler scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by West Bend, the Silver Lining, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Well, it wasn't easy, but the Hawks got it done this afternoon here in Minneapolis, 68-56. You know, I watched the Indiana game here, 2 weeks ago, and that thing was undecided with inside a minute to go, and then Trace Jackson Davis took the game over. Indiana got to the foul line, made their free throws. I think they won by 5, if memory serves me correct. So this Minnesota team has not quit. They continue to fight under Coach Ben Johnson, who played here, was a great high school player up the street at De La Salle High School. And Minnesota gave Iowa its best shot today, but the Gophers shorthanded on that roster for a variety of reasons, most notably injuries to their leading scorer, Dawson Garcia. Jamison Battle has battled injuries off and on this year. COVID has struck the Gophers twice. They've had to reschedule a number, 2 or 3 games. We were concerned about this game earlier in the week when they had to postpone their contest with Illinois. That has been rescheduled for February 20th. So not making any excuses for the Hawkeyes. They took the attack to Minnesota right out of the gate, led 18-6. And then the Hawkeyes couldn't get anything to drop for a 5 or 6 minute stretch, and they were getting good looks inside. But that's a great thing about college basketball. Those rims are touchy, and as frustrated as we were, you can only imagine the players had to be 3 times as frustrated. But they worked through it, led by only 3 at half after Minnesota went on a 7-0 run. And it was a game from there on until about the 8-9 minute mark of the second half. Let me double check here. The Hawks were up 7 with 10:43 to play. They were up 6 with 7.5 to go in the game after a Chris Murray layup. And then Rabracha got a jump hook to go, a real physical battle inside all afternoon. Phillip got the jump hook to go. Iowa led by 7. And then after a stop, Connor McCaffrey hit a big 3-point basket off a nifty assist from Aaron Eulis. This is after a couple of offensive rebounds by the Hawkeyes. And once they got it back to double digits at 61-51, we were feeling a lot better. On the day, Iowa out-rebounded Minnesota 44-33. 17 offensive rebounds. Second chance points, Iowa 15-2. So they just got to the rim and rebounded more misses than did Minnesota, and got 15 more second chance points, and due in large part to the 17 offensive rebounds. That's the key stat of the day. The other one was turnovers. Iowa turned Minnesota over 14 times, resulting in 12 more points off turnovers, and a lot of those turnovers came against Iowa's 1-2-2 press. So good effort at both ends of the floor by the Hawks today as they beat Minnesota 68-56. We're back to review the numbers in just a minute. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network as Iowa beats the Gophers by 12. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Basketball. '55 wonderful stations on the Hawkeye Radio Network, led by our flagships WMT in Cedar Rapids and WHO in Des Moines. In Chicago, we got the Windy City covered. In Elmhurst, WCKG in Chicago, 105.9 FM for our Hawk alums in the Windy City. In Atlantic, hi to Jim Fields and the crew at KJAN 101.1 FM and 1220 AM. Ed Podolak's hometown. KBOE is settled in nicely in Oskaloosa on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Staying in southern Iowa, Keokuk's WCEZ 93.9 FM. And up in Waverly, KWAY has the Cedar Valley covered at 99.3 FM. 68-56, Iowa beats the Gophers. Back to recap it in a minute here on our U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud and Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. And when our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pin in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wig and Pin in Ankeny. What are you craving?
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show. A lot of Hawk fans here today. A gentleman sitting up here in the rafters with us, last name Carney. Wanted to say hi to all of his relatives in Davenport in the Quad Cities. So the good Irishman, we only too happy to oblige. Our post-game coverage is sponsored by U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any telephone free. Our hot Hawkeye heating up the nets courtesy of the Lennox dealers of Iowa. That award today goes to Philip Rabracha. Another solid performance by Philip. Don't forget, he was playing through some heavy foul issues. He ended up with 4 on the day, sat out the final 3 minutes, but before that, hit 6 of 12 shots, made 4 of 7 from the foul line, 16 points, and he collared 8 rebounds, threw in a couple of assists for good measure, and no turnovers. And he was getting rocked sideways by the Minnesota Bigs. The officials let it go at both ends of the floor. It was a physical basketball game, but the more physical it is, the more Philip Rabracha likes it. Philip Rabracha, 16 points, 8 rebounds on 6 of 12 shooting with a couple of assists. 3 block shots, by the way. I knew I was missing something there. And he logged 35 minutes. Lennox dealers of Iowa only too proud of Philip Rabracha, including our friends in Des Moines at 72 Degrees Comfort Company. It's Van Hoften Plumbing and Heating in Oskaloosa. In southwest Iowa, stop in and see Apollo Heating and Air Conditioning in Shenandoah and Red Oak. Kalen's Indoor Comfort can take care of your needs in Sioux City, and in Webster City, it's Seiler Appliance. Let's take a look at the Hy-Vee stat recap, our Hy-Vee stat sheet. Unless we have Chris Murray on the line. We're waiting for Chris Murray, our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. And we do have Chris on board. He's adjusting the headset right now. What a game for Chris Murray. 28 points, 12 field goals to go with 1 free throw. Didn't get to the foul line much today. Nobody did, for that matter. They played through contact, and Chris Murray with 28 points, 14 rebounds, our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion. Was it just me? I'm a ways from the court. Was that a rather physical game?
Yeah, it was. They let a lot play today. You'll have that some days. You just got to play through the contacts. It was just one of those types of games where the whistle wasn't blowing. We just had to play through it.
Do you enjoy a game like that, Chris? More of a contact game, or would you enjoy this type of game or prefer more trips to the free throw line?
I like these types of games just because they let a lot. They don't stop the game as much, and it's more free-flowing. And you like these games a little bit more than the ones where there's 45, 50 fouls.
Yeah, great point. And you know what? It doesn't do any good to complain. As we've come to learn, you just got to take it at one end, and hopefully they call it even. And I thought they did for the most part.
Yeah, exactly. You never gonna, sometimes, and especially on the road, you're not going to get a great whistle all the time. But that's one of the things you got to learn, especially in the Big Ten, is just be able to play through that. And when they're not calling as much, just play through the contact, just keep your head straight, keep your head up, and that's the biggest thing I learned today.
Chris Murray, our Best in the Game interview, sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Talk about the ebb and flow. The Hawks, boy, you came out fired up, got up 18-6, and then nothing would fall. I know how frustrated I was for you guys. I can't imagine. But the shots you were getting in close, whether it was a jump shot on the perimeter, they'd rattle in, look like they were going down, then hop back up. You have days like that. Minnesota took advantage with a 7-0 run, and then it was game on until about the midway point of the second half. Talk about the ebb and flow of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we got off to a hot start, as you saw, like getting the shots we wanted, and we kept getting the shots we wanted. They just weren't falling. That's just things we got to live with. We know those will fall probably more at home than they will on the road, but no, we just kept the course, tried not to give them that momentum to if they got a lead. So we just kept grinding, kept doing what we do, kept getting the shots that we wanted, and executed down the stretch.
And you knew you were going to get Minnesota's best shot. I mean, after all, it is Iowa, Minnesota. Ben Johnson, despite all the issues with COVID and injuries, had his guys ready to play, but you wore them down over 40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what we wanted to do coming in, was just keep the pressure on with our press and try to force turnovers, wear them down a little bit, especially on the offensive end, because we knew they'd be having guys playing a lot of minutes, and we knew that eventually they would wear down, and we would get the stops we needed and get the shots that we wanted.
Your buddy inside, Rabracha, he invites contact. That guy's as physical as they get. You're standing right next to him or running around with him in the lane. Describe his play just in general. I mean, he's fun to watch.
Yeah, we know he's going to play as hard as he can every single game. Just a war on the boards between us two, and feel like we didn't rebound as good as we could have against Purdue, and we definitely emphasized that today, which is out-rebound the other team by a lot and crashing the offensive glass a lot harder.
Yeah, how about 17 offensive rebounds to 2 for the Gophers? That speaks volume about your effort.
Yeah, exactly. Especially on second chance opportunities was big for us today, especially playing through contact and maybe not getting the calls that we wanted. But offensive rebounding was really good today from everyone, I feel like, and that helped us, especially with the second chance points and getting rebounds on shots that we thought we'd make and getting putbacks.
And you took great care of the basketball, just 5 turnovers. A couple of those came in the final minute when it didn't matter, but you turned Minnesota over 14 times. You had 12 more points off turnovers. That and offensive rebound, I thought, were the key stats of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Just not turning the ball over, just a big part of who we are. Just playing simple basketball, moving the ball, taking care of the ball is going to help us, especially when we get offensive rebounds like that and taking care of the ball. It's going to be tough to beat us this year.
Chris, we're 25 games in now, or about that. As the season has progressed, where do you feel Chris Murray has improved from a mental and physical perspective of the game of basketball?
Yeah, I just think, especially when I was missing a lot of layups today, I think that's something that I definitely worked on, was just not putting my head down, especially when I missed that layup at the end of the half.
Yeah.
Was one that I definitely thought it was one that I usually make. And my biggest thing was just keeping my head up, going to the locker room, not putting my head down, walking across the court after that. So I think I definitely improved in that aspect, especially during the season, was just my emotional maturity and just playing through contact this year.
Well said. And now a quick return home for Ohio State on Thursday before you go back out on the road. Never easy on the road, but do you like where the team is right now?
I do, yeah. It's just a team that never gives up, never quits, and we're looking forward to getting back home this week, this Thursday, and just playing in front of our fans again.
Well, keep it up, young man. You were outstanding again today. Thanks for your time, buddy.
Yep, thanks, Gary.
Chris Murray, our Old Dominion best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Chris Murray with 28 points, 14 rebounds. He had 3 threes on the afternoon and a couple daggers there down toward the end of the game that sewed it up. Thanks to Chris for his time. Old Dominion Freight Line, thanks for their support of Hawkeye basketball. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. And our best today by far, Chris Murray, logged 36 of the 40 minutes played with a double-double, 28 and 14 points. Back with our post-game stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee, in just a minute as the U.S. Cellular post-game show rolls on. Iowa defeats Minnesota 68-56. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Turn it up. It's time to go next generation with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Get your gig on in every room, place, and space with Wi-Fi 360 Pro. And go full-on digital home with smart internet tech that lets you control and automate your home, lights, locks, cameras, and more from virtually anywhere. It's time to turn it up to the extreme. Call 844-4FASTER today to learn more about Extreme smart internet packages.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hawkeye fans, offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show. The Hawkeyes held Minnesota to one field goal in their last 8 possessions and defeat the Gophers 68-56. It was far from easy, but Iowa prevails on the road. Every road win in the Big Ten is so precious as the Hawkeyes get their 16th win of the year and go 2 above 500 in the Big Ten at 8-6. We just heard from our best in the game. That was Old Dominion's Chris Murray is our star of the game today. Now let's check his stats and the rest of the board, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa led in scoring by Chris Murray's 28 points. Hawks went 5 of 13 from 3. Murray with 28 points and 14 rebounds. Philip Rebracha followed that up with a 16.8 rebound effort. Philip, our hot Hawkeye of the day, hit 6 of 12 shots, 4 of 7 from the free throw line. After that, 7 points for Tony Perkins, 6 for Patrick McCaffrey, 5 points for Aaron Eulis. Josh Dix in for a few minutes, did not score today. Peyton Sanford hit 3 free throws for the Hawkeyes, who shoot 27 of 72. 72 shots for the Hawks. That's an amazing number. So many of them didn't fall in that one stretch in the first half, but they out-field goaled the Gophers 27-23. 5 of 13 from 3. Out-rebounded Minnesota 44-33 with 17 offensive boards. For Minnesota, the Gophers shoot 23 of 46, 3 threes and 9 tries. And they were led in scoring, 3 in double figures, led by Joshua Ola-Joseph with 11, 10 each for Jaden Henley and Talon Cooper, 9 points for Jamison Battle. So they kept him in check defensively. Good job by Chris Murray for the most part. Battle played all 40 minutes, had 9 points and 3 rebounds on the afternoon, and he's averaging in double figures and has consistently throughout his career. 6 points for Pharrell Payne, 8 for Will Ramberg. What a nice performance by Ramberg today, filling in for either injured or ill Gophers. A basket for 7-foot Trayton Thompson. Minnesota shoots 23 of 46. That's 50% for the game. The Hawks end up shooting just 38%, but took a lot more shots than did Minnesota. And now our free throw recap, courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. For the game, the Hawks get there 15 times, and they make 9 of 15 for Iowa. That's 60%. Minnesota, not as good. 7 of 15 for 47% for the Gophers. So the Hawks get 2 more free throws, and that's our charity stripe recap, courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like the Hawkeyes' diverse talents, no seed company has more trait and genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham Seeds, for supporting Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye charity stripe promotion. The 2 key stat columns on the day, in my view, were offensive rebounds for the Hawks. Iowa got 15 more offensive rebounds than did Minnesota, and the Hawks turned Minnesota over 9 more times than Iowa coughed up the ball. Second chance points, 15-2 in favor of Iowa. Points off turnovers, 14-2 in favor of the Hawkeyes. So when you add it up, that's 29-4. 25 more points. Thanks to second chance opportunities and turnovers turned in by the Hawkeyes today. The bench, Iowa's bench outscored Minnesota 10-0. Those are the key stats on today's game. The Hawks never trailed, got the lead early on 5 quick points to start the contest from Tony Perkins, and Minnesota made a number of runs at the Hawks, but Iowa holds on, stretched out the lead at the end, and win it 68-56. That's our Hy-Vee stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVdeals.com. More postgame. We'll hear from Coach McCaffrey next as Iowa beats the Gophers by 12. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Iowa Hawkeye basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by Case IH, West Bend Mutual, Better Business Bureau, Lennox Heating and Cooling, American Equity, Burger Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Iowa coach Fran McCaffrey is on deck with his thoughts on today's Hawkeye victory over Minnesota here in the Twin Cities, 68-56. Fran is brought to you each postgame by your Iowa John Deere dealers, including Casey Nielsen in Humboldt, and Fran is alongside our Bobby Hansen.
Coach, anytime you can get away with a road victory, you got to be happy about it. Talk about this game.
Really impressive performance by our guys. Got a big-time fight from a team with a lot of pride. You don't have Garcia, so you downshift and you go with a bunch of drivers and athletes, and they've got a really good freshman group that was attacking us. But we got the stops we needed, and we kept staying aggressive. I told Chris, very uncharacteristic, like 6 or 7 minutes for him. The ball just wasn't falling in the first half. Every shot was a good shot. Alley-oop, rolls off, tip in, post up. But the way he carried us in the second half was phenomenal. And it's hard to do, when you're a little sideways, to just keep coming. We ran a play for him, first play to start the second half, got him going. And same thing for Phillip. He was aggressive early. He got a couple contact. He thought he was fouled, and he didn't get called. And then he felt like he was hesitating a little bit, shot faking, which you have to because they were going for shot blocks. But then they were coming from behind. Boy, he was a man in the second half, dominant. Those two guys were dominant, and Connor with 10 rebounds. But great play from Patrick off the bench. Lewis and Perkins were terrific. And just really, really good effort across the board.
Coach, two things that jump out to me on the stat sheet were just 4 turnovers, I guess 5 at the end there, but the offensive rebounds. You say if the shots aren't dropping, you got to go get them. 17 offensive boards. I think it's a season high.
Well, and the interesting thing about that, Bobby, is we addressed it the other night because we missed a ton of shots. We're down 6 with like 6 minutes to go on the road against the number 1 team. They got a bunch back. We didn't. We shot 1 for 10 in the first half from 3. You got to get it back. Big offensive rebound by Connor there at the end, off the free throw. So concerted effort and message well received.
And defensively, the 1-2-2 was effective once again, but the guy that scares me is Jamison Battle. I don't know because he did it to us last year or the year before, but really good job on J-Mo.
Yeah, and we've stayed locked into him, and they're running stuff for him, but we're switching up, we're denying them, we're making it hard for him, we're not going for shot fakes. Really good job on him today because he's one of the best players in our league.
And Coach, as we move on, 8-6 now in the Big Ten. Now we come home Thursday night, late game, and need a big crowd. Thoughts on Ohio State? Just saw him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Chris and the job he does. Obviously, they beat us up there. They got some really good freshmen. Zed Key's a handful. You got a couple transfer guys. They're going to compete. They're going to execute. Be a real tough test for us. They've lost some really, really tough, close games. But they keep battling. They're going to do that.
Okay, Coach. Great victory, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Bobby.
Fran McCaffrey with our Bobby Hansen, sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers, including K.C. Nielsen, your premier John Deere dealer with 11 locations all across northern Iowa. K.C. Nielsen offers parts, sales, service on all John Deere large ag equipment, lawn and garden, and commercial worksite products. K.C. Nielsen Limited has been family-owned and operated since 1946. Learn more at kcnielsen.com. Well, Coach and Bobby were spot on about Connor McCaffrey's performance. 10 rebounds, 8 defensive, a couple of offense. That last one that kept the shot clock and game clock in Iowa's favor was a huge offensive rebound by Connor. 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals. How about that stat line? His 3 points were certainly helpful, but he did everything else at the top of the wheel. He was number 1 in, again, a great floor leadership this day in a 68-56 victory for the Hawkeyes over Minnesota. Hey, thanks to United Healthcare for teaming up with Hawkeye Athletics this season in support and celebration of small businesses in the state of Iowa. This week's Small Business Spotlight falls on Time Capsule Studios in Marion. Time Capsule Studios offers clients a personalized photography experience from the initial consultation to the shoot and complimentary delivery, installation of your artwork. For more information, visit their Facebook page at Time Capsule Studios. Is your small business ready for a big promotion? Let us know. Enter today at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Join Gary Dolphin and Bobby Hansen for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey each week at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Coralville. Hawk Talk is 90 minutes of discussion about Iowa basketball. Check out HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
U.S. Cellular postgame show rolls along. Iowa beats Minnesota 68-56. Here come some of the highlights on today's game. The Hawkeyes collected a season-high 11 steals for the second consecutive game, and it really helped right at the start after the jump ball. Iowa denied Minnesota on its first trip down the floor, and then Tony Perkins really got Iowa percolating with a jump shot, and then followed that right up with a steal. Tony had 5 quick points here at the start of the game. Payne just didn't convert. Here's Tony Perkins back for the Hawkeyes. Jump shot is good. Right of the lane. And just like that, the Hawks get the lead 30 seconds in. Here's a steal by Tony as he jumped the bounce pass, and he's heading the other way. Draws a foul and a basket. Now that was just sheer muscle off the bad pass. Jaden Henley raced back, tried to get in Tony's way, and he muscled up through. Yeah, the Hawkeyes had the first 5 points of the game in the person of Tony Perkins. Iowa stretched that 5-0 lead to 13-4. First 11-2, then 13-4. 5 minutes deep, thanks to Philip Rebracha. Connor peels the rebound off the glass. Perkins leads the charge down floor, and a dunk by Rebracha. Oh, monster dunk by Rebracha, but a terrific pass caught him in stride, and he didn't have to change his direct route at all. One-on-one with his man. Drop step, shot up, and no good. Rebracha with a rebound, up and good. Philip Rebracha got, finally, a shot from him close to go. The Hawks are getting great looks. They just weren't falling, but they'll start to. 13-4 at that point off back-to-back scores by Rebracha, who amassed 16 points and had 8 rebounds. So he's reached 15-plus points in 10 of Iowa's last 15 contests. Hawks were up 9. They would stretch the lead to 12 before shot after shot after shot just would not fall, and many of those from in close as Minnesota then started to make a comeback thanks to a 7-0 run. Patrick McCaffrey, though, came off the bench and played well. Patrick McCaffrey scores off glass. Took the attack right to Henley, and he's got about 4 inches on him, and Patrick took the contact and smacked it in off the square. 21-15. Ola Joseph playing with a lot of energy. Here's a backdoor pass and a layup good by Patrick McCaffrey. From one McCaffrey to the other, nice back cut by Patrick, gets the layup. He's got a couple baskets. Iowa back in front by 5, 24-19. Yeah, that was 6.5 minutes to go in the first half. The Hawks would lead by 3 at the break, 32-29. We go to the second half. Iowa went right to work again, thanks to Aaron Eulis. Perkins hot foots it into the front court. Eulis for 3. Good. Aaron Eulis doesn't shoot much, but boy, seemingly every one of his baskets come at a critical juncture. The Hawkeyes hit 5 of 13 from distance today, and that was a critical jump shot there. 2 minutes deep in the second half. Minnesota closed to within 2. Aaron Eulis' three-point goal put him back up 5, 37-32. The Hawks led by 4 a moment later, and then Chris Murray started to go to work. He got a layup, and then on the next possession, this happened. Played about 5 minutes here in the second half. Rebracha right back to Chris. 4-3. Good. He rattled it in. Chris Murray to the rescue again. He's got 5 straight points. 3 of 5 from distance today. Chris Murray with 12 field goals in 27 attempts on the afternoon, and Murray ends up with a game-leading 28 points and 14 rebounds. That big 3 put Iowa up 7, and Minnesota's eyes kind of glazed over there. Another stop led to a Rebraca layup. The Hawks were up 9. They kept that 8 or 9 point lead for the next few minutes. Minnesota had one last gasp in them, got to within 6, and then Rebraca went to work again inside. They work it around the weak side to Rebraca. He takes the dribble into the middle. Jump hook is good by Phillip. Shot fake, got Payne off balance. Rebraca put Iowa back up by 7, 58-51. Hawkeye defense stiffened, and on the next possession, Iowa had at least 2, maybe 3 offensive rebounds in the possession. It caught a break when Minnesota kicked one of those defensive board attempts out of bounds, and Connor McCaffrey made him pay for it. Or out front to Rebraca. He returns top of the circle. Here's Connor McCaffrey, drills a 3 from the left wing. Timeout, Minnesota. Offensive rebounding, the difference maker here in the last 3 minutes. Indeed. And with 5.5 to go in the game, the Hawks were up 10, 61-51. Any thoughts of a Minnesota comeback? We're quickly dashed from there thanks to Chris Murray. Now Perkins with 7 to shoot. Chris Murray for 3. Good! Splash down. Money, clutch. However you want to label it, it's Chris Murray. Here's Perkins to Connor. Backdoor lob. Chris Murray dunks it through. You're right, Bobby. Minnesota's gassed. They're running on empty. That dunk by Murray put the Hawks up 66-52. The Hawks win it by 12, 68-56. You heard a lot of dunks and layups inside. No doubt about who won the points in the paint battle this day, courtesy of Spahn and Rose. Iowa 42 lane or paint scores to Minnesota's 28. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spahn and Rose, like GAF Roofing. Use the Spahn and Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spahn and Rose locations, you can focus on life's other important things. Spahn and Rose, buy easier and build better. Hawks win the battle of paint scores 42-28. We'll come back and wrap up our U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a moment. Iowa beats Minnesota 68-56. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skoglund Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Welcome back as we wind down our U.S. Cellular postgame show. After today, the Hawkeyes will be in a fourth-place tie one of a half a dozen teams at 8-6, including Maryland, Rutgers, Michigan State, Michigan, and the Hawkeyes. Northwestern is 8-5. If the Wildcats would lose to number 1 Purdue, they would be 8-6. Illinois is 8-5, not playing today. Indiana's 9-5, and Purdue on top at 12-2. So the Hawks are in good shape, headed home to take on Ohio State next Thursday evening. Had just one quick review today. All of our reviews this season are sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, you change everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Iowa wins for the 8th time in the last 11 games, dating back to the start of the new year. Lost the opening game of the new year at Penn State, but after that has reeled off 8 wins in 11 games starting January 5th. And Iowa has won 6 of the last 7 now overall against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Fran McCaffrey with his 123rd regular season Big Ten victory today now stands 3 behind the great Tom Davis for the most in Iowa program history. Let's take a look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard before we say good afternoon. U.S. Bank, we know when you invest in a community, the community invests in you. We're committed to providing high-quality, innovative products and services that meet the needs and demands of our customers. U.S. Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC. One other final in the Big Ten this afternoon. Michigan State drilled Ohio State in Columbus, 62-41. Ohio State's going to be in a bad mood when they come to Carver Hawkeye Arena for an 8 o'clock tip-off on Thursday night. By the way, we'll be on the air at 7 o'clock with the pregame coverage. Number 1 Purdue leads at Northwestern 47-39. Check that, 47-42. The Wildcats just hit a 3. So it's 47-42 Purdue over the Wildcats with just under 12 minutes to go in that game over at Welsh Ryan Arena. The Hawks will be at Northwestern next Sunday night. Hawkeye women's basketball off to a good start at the start of the second period. It's Iowa, 5th-ranked Iowa, 29, Rutgers 18 back at Carver in Iowa City. The Wrestlers won Friday night, pinning Michigan 33-8. And will host Oklahoma State a week from today at 3:30. That'll be at Donnybrook at Carver Hawkeye Arena. And, of course, later today, it's the Super Bowl, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. That is our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. And that wraps up our coverage on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show here from Minneapolis, where the Hawkeyes keep it rolling, 68-56 over the University of Minnesota Golden Gophers. For Bobby Hansen, for Corey Sheets, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Gary Dolphin. We'll speak... I was going to say we'll next speak on Thursday, but that's wrong. We'll speak tomorrow night because we'll be back in Iowa City for the weekly Hawk Talk program with Iowa basketball coach Fran McCaffrey. Please come out and join us for Hawk Talk. We'll be at the Edgewater Grill and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in the Iowa River Landing. Our Hawk Talk program runs from 7 until 8:30. Final again today from Minneapolis, Iowa 68, Minnesota 56. Enjoy the rest of your Super Sunday. This has been Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC. And by Case IH. Make every shot count with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Also brought to you by Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.